Unit 1 The Concept of Social Influence Structure 1.0 Introduction 1.1 Objectives 1.2 Current Research on Social Influence 1.2.1 Minority Influence 1.2.2 Persuasion 1.2.3 Elaboration Likelihood Model 1.2.4 Heuristic Systemic Models 1.2.5 Social Impact Theory 1.2.6 Social Influence Network Theory 1.2.7 Expectation States Theory 1.3 Areas of Social Influence 1.3.1 Conformity 1.3.1.1 Ashes, 1951. Experiment on Conformity 1.3.1.2 Factors found to increasing conformity 1.3.1.3 Informational Social Influence 1.3.1.4 Normative Social Influence 1.3.1.5 Minority Influence and Conformity 1.3.1.6 Gender and Conformity 1.3.2 Compliance 1.3.2.1 Principles observed by Robert Cialdini 1.3.2.1.1 Reciprocation 1.3.2.1.2 Credibility 1.3.2.1.3 Liking/friendship 1.3.2.1.4 Scarcity 1.3.2.1.5 Social validation 1.3.2.1.6 Commitment 1.3.2.24 Compliance strategies 1.3.2.2.1 Foot in the door technique 1.3.2.2.2 Door in the face technique 1.3.2.2.3 Low ball technique 1.3.3 Obedience 1.3.3.1 Forms of Obedience 1.3.3.2 Cultural attitudes to obedience 1.3.3.3 Obedience training of human beings 1.3.3.4 Experimental studies of human obedience 1.3.3.4.1 The Stanford Prison Experiment 1.3.3.4.2 The Hoffling Hospital Experiment 1.3.3.4.3 Factors that increase obedience 1.4 Let us sum up 1.5 Unit End Questions 1.6 Suggested reading and references 1.0 Introduction Social influence is defined as change in an individual's thoughts, feelings, attitudes, or behaviors that results from interaction with another individual or group. It refers to the change in behavior that one person causes in another, intentionally or unintentionally. As a result, the changed person perceives himself in relationship. The concepts of social influence 5 Process of social influence 6 To the influencer, other people, and society in general. In this unit we will be dealing with current research on social influence, such as minority influence etc., areas of social influence such as conformity with related experiments, compliance and its factors, obedience and the related factors and experimental studies on human obedience. 1.1 Objectives After completion of this unit, you will be able to L. Define social influence, L. Differentiate between various types of social influence, L. Analyze various factors associated with conformity, L. Explain various factors affecting compliance, and L. Describe the factors affecting obedience. 1.2 Current research on social influence. Social influence can also be defined as the process by which individuals make real changes to their feelings and behaviors as a result of interaction with others who are perceived to be similar, desirable, or expert. People adjust their beliefs with respect to others to whom they feel similar in accordance with psychological principles such as balance. Individuals are also influenced by the majority. When a large portion of an individual's reference social group holds a particular attitude, it is likely that the individual will adopt it as well. Additionally, individuals may change an opinion under the influence of another who is perceived to be an expert in the matter at hand. French and Raven, 1959, provided an early formalization of the concept of social influence in their discussion of the bases of social power. For French and Raven, agents of change included not just individuals and groups, but also norms and roles. They viewed social influence as the outcome of the exertion of social power from one of 5 bases: reward power, coercive power, legitimate power, expert power, or referent power. A change in opinion or attitude was considered an instance of social influence. Since 1959, scholars have distinguished true social influence from forced public acceptance and from changes based on reward or coercive power. Social researchers are still concerned with public compliance, reward power, and coercive power, but those concerns are differentiated from social influence studies. Current research on social influence generally uses experimental methodology and tends to fall into 5 main areas. 1. Minority influence in group settings. 2. Research on persuasion. 3. Dynamic social impact theory. 4. A structural approach to social influence. And 5. Social influence in expectation states theory. Each is discussed below. 1.2.1 Minority influence. Minority influence is said to occur when a minority subgroup attempts to change the majority. For example, teachers often influence their students' beliefs, and political and religious leaders frequently influence the behavior of their followers. While some previous research has characterized the process of social influence as the majority riding over the minority, many scholars interested in minority influence believe that every member of a group can influence others, at least to some degree. Studies have found this to be particularly true when the minority group is consistent in what it presents to the majority. In addition, the presence of minority groups within a larger group often leads to more creative thinking and better overall solutions on group tasks. Nemeth and Kwan, 1987, demonstrated this in a study of 4-person groups working on a creativity task. Individuals were given information that a majority 3 of 3 or a minority 1 of 3 of the other group members had come up with a novel response to the task at hand. Those who were in the minority condition actually produced more correct solutions to the task, indicating the strong effect of minority viewpoints. 1.2.2 Persuasion. Current research on persuasion, broadly defined as change in attitudes or beliefs based on information received from others, focuses on written or spoken messages sent from source to recipient. This research operates on the assumption that individuals process messages carefully whenever they are motivated and able to do so. 2 types of theories dominate modern persuasion research: the elaboration likelihood model and heuristic systemic models. 1.2.3 Elaboration likelihood model. The elaboration likelihood model developed by Cacioppo, Petty, and Stoltenberg, 1985, has been used most frequently in therapeutic and counseling settings. It states that the amount and nature of thinking that a person does about a message will affect the kind of persuasion that the message produces. Aspects of the persuasion situation that have been shown to be important for this model include source, message, recipient, effect, channel, and context. Of particular importance is the degree to which the recipient views the message's issue as relevant to himself. This model has demonstrated its utility in persuading various people to make various types of healthier choices, e.g., cancer patients, teens at risk from tobacco use. 1.2.4 Heuristic systemic models. Heuristic systemic models propose that argument strength will be most effective in persuading an individual when he is motivated and able to attend to the message, the systemic route. When the target individual is not motivated or is unable to attend carefully, persuasion will take place through more indirect means, the heuristic route, such as nonverbal cues or source credibility. Persuasion that takes place via the systemic route will be relatively permanent and enduring. Persuasion through the heuristic route is more likely to be temporary. 1.2.5 Social impact theory. Broader than persuasion, social impact theory, as developed primarily by Bibb Latané, 1981, forms the basis for an active line of inquiry today called dynamic social impact theory. Social impact means any of the number of changes that might occur in an individual, physiological, cognitive, emotional, or behavioral, due to the presence or action of others, who are real, imagined, or implied. The concepts of social influence. 7 Process of social influence. 8 Social impact theory proposes that the impact of any information source is a function of 3 factors: I, the number of others who make up that source; 2, their immediacy, i.e., closeness, and their strength; and 3, salience or power. Dynamic social impact theory uses ideas about social impact to describe and predict the diffusion of beliefs through social systems. In this view, social structure is the result of individuals influencing each other in a dynamic way. The likelihood of being influenced by someone nearby, rather than far away, the immediacy factor, produces localized cultures of beliefs within communication networks. This process can lead initially randomly distributed attitudes and beliefs to become clustered or correlated. Less popular beliefs become consolidated into minority subcultures. Dynamic social impact theory views society as a self-organizing complex system in which individuals interact and impact each other's beliefs. Like dynamic social impact theory, the structural approach to social influence examines interpersonal influence that occurs within a larger network of influences. In this larger network, attitudes and opinions of individuals are reflections of the attitudes and opinions of their referent others. Interpersonal influence is seen as a basis of individuals' socialization and identity. Social influence is seen as the process by which a group of actors will weigh and then integrate the opinions of significant others within the context of social structural constraints. The structure determines the initial positions of group members and the network and weight of interpersonal influences within the group. 1.2.6 Social Influence Network Theory. Social influence network theory, as described by Friedkin, 1998, has its roots in work by social psychologists and mathematicians. The formal theory involves a two-weighted averaging of influential opinions. Actors start out with their own initial opinions on some matter. At each stage, then, actors form a norm opinion which is a weighted average of the other opinions in the group. Actors then modify their own opinion in response to this norm, forming a new opinion which is a weighted average of their initial opinion and the network norm. This theory utilizes mathematical models and quantifications to measure the process of social influence. 1.2.7 Expectation States Theory. Expectation states theory provides another formal treatment of social influence. Rooted in the work of Bales, 1950, which found inequalities in the amount of influence group members had over one another. Researchers in this tradition have developed systematic models predicting the relative influence of task-oriented actors in group settings. Bales discovered that even when group members were equal on status at the beginning of the group session, some members would end up being more influential than others. The group would develop a hierarchy based on the behavior of the group members. When group members were initially unequal in status, inequalities would be imported to the group from the larger society such that, for example, age or sex or race would structure a hierarchy of influence. Expectation states theory, as described in Berger et al., 1980, was originally proposed as an explanation for Bales's finding that groups of status equals would develop inequalities in influence. According to the theory, group members develop expectations about the future task performance of all group members, including themselves. Once developed, these expectations guide the group interaction. In fact, expectations both guide and are maintained by the interaction. Those group members for whom the highest expectations are held will be the most influential in the group's interactions. Scholars are continuing to expand the theory both theoretically and substantively. 1.3 Areas of social influence. 3 areas of social influence are conformity, compliance, and obedience. Conformity is changing how you behave to be more like others. This plays to belonging and esteem needs as we seek the approval and friendship of others. Conformity can run very deep, as we will even change our beliefs and values to be like those of our peers and admired superiors. Compliance is where a person does something that they are asked to do by another. They may choose to comply or not to comply, although the thoughts of social reward and punishment may lead them to compliance when they really do not want to comply. Obedience is different from compliance in that it is obeying an order from someone that you accept as an authority figure. In compliance, you have some choice. In obedience, you believe that you do not have a choice. Many military officers and commercial managers are interested only in obedience. 1.3.1 Conformity. Conformity is the process by which an individual's attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors are conditioned by what is conceived to be what other people might perceive. This influence occurs in both small groups and society as a whole, and it may be the result of subtle unconscious influences, or direct and overt social pressure. Conformity also occurs by the implied presence of others, or when other people are not actually present. For example, people tend to follow the norms of society when eating or watching television, even when they are at home by themselves. People often conform from a desire to achieve a sense of security within a group, typically a group that is of a similar age, culture, religion, or educational status. Any unwillingness to conform carries with it the very real risk of social rejection. In this respect, conformity can be seen as a safe means of avoiding bullying or deflecting criticism from peers. Conformity is often associated with adolescence and youth culture, but it affects humans of all ages. Although peer pressure may be viewed as a negative trait, conformity can have either good or bad effects depending on the situation. Driving safely on the correct side of the road is a beneficial example of conformity. Conformity influences the formation and maintenance of social norms and allows society to function smoothly and predictably. Because conformity is a group phenomenon, such factors as group size, unanimity, cohesion, status, prior commitment, and public opinion all help to determine the level of conformity an individual will display. Aronson, et.al. 2007, 1.3.1.1 Ashes, 1951. Experiment on Conformity. Perhaps the most influential study of conformity came from Solomon E. Asch. The Concepts of Social Influence. 9 Process of Social Influence, 1951. Asch gave groups of 7 or 9 college students what appeared to be a test of perceptual judgment, matching the length of a line segment to comparison lines. Each subject saw a pair of cards set up in front of the room, similar to the ones that follow. Stimuli like those used by Asch subjects received the following instructions. This is a task involving the discrimination of lengths of lines. Before you is a pair of cards. On the left is a card with 1 line. The card at the right has 3 lines different in length. They are numbered 1, 2, and 3, in order. One of the 3 lines at the right is equal to the standard line at the left. You will decide in each case which is the equal line. You will state your judgment in terms of the number of the line. There will be 18 such comparisons in all. As the number of comparisons is few and the group small, I will call upon each of you in turn to announce your judgments. In a group of 9, 8 subjects were actually confederates of the experimenter. The experiment was designed so that the genuine subject was called upon next to last in the group. The experimenter's confederates had been instructed, in advance, to make deliberately ridiculous judgments on many of the trials, but to agree unanimously with one another. On 12 of the 18 trials, they said in loud voices, for example, that the 4 line was exactly equal to 3 standard line. The pressure of the group had a dramatic effect. Although people could pick the correct line 99% of the time when making the judgments by themselves, they went along with the erroneous group judgment 75% of the time, even when it was plainly wrong. The conforming subjects did not fool themselves into thinking the wrong line was equal to the standard line. They could see the difference. However, they were influenced by 8 people in a row making the wrong decision. Asked later why they had made such obviously incorrect judgments, subjects reported, they must have been looking at line widths, or I assumed it was an optical illusion, or if 8 out of 9 people made the same choice, I must have missed something in the instructions. Asch obtained the conformity effect even when the confederate declared an 11-inch line to be equivalent to a 4-inch standard. He found that small groups, even groups of 3, containing 2 confederates and 1 NAVE subject, were sufficient to induce the effect. About a quarter of the subjects remained independent throughout the testing and never changed their judgments to fit those of the group. One could argue that Asch's experiment showed stubborn independence in some people, just as it showed conformity in others. A subject who did not conform reported to Asch later, "I've never had any feeling that there was any virtue in being like others. I'm used to being different. I often come out well by being different. I don't like easy group opinions." Asch later tested the effect of having a dissenter in the group. He found that if only one of 7 confederates disagreed with the group decision, this was enough to free most subjects from the conformity effect. However, if the dissenter defected later, joining the majority after the first 5 trials, rates of conformity increased again. The public nature of the judgment also seemed to have an effect. If subjects were invited to write their responses in private, while the majority made oral responses, this destroyed the conformity effect. 1.3.1.2 Factors found to increase conformity. Ash's experiment inspired a lot of follow-up research by other experimenters. Factors found to increase conformity included the following: 1. Attractiveness of other members in the group. People tended to go along with a group of attractive people. 2. Complexity or difficulty of the task. People were more likely to conform if the judgment was difficult. 3. Group cohesiveness. People conformed more if friendships or mutual dependencies were set up beforehand. To appreciate further the nature of this dilemma, let us imagine an introductory lecture in psychology. The instructor is describing the Asch study and has just shown a picture of the experimental stimuli. Suddenly he is interrupted by a student who remarks, "But line A is the correct answer." Predictably, the class would laugh aloud and thereby communicate their enjoyment of their peers' joke. Suppose, however, that the dissenter failed to smile or to otherwise confirm that he was trying to be funny. Suppose, instead, that he insisted, "Why are you all laughing at me? I can see perfectly, and line A is correct." Once convinced of the dissenter's sincerity, the class response almost certainly would be a mixture of discomfort, bewilderment, concern, and doubt about the dissenter's mental and perceptual competence. It is this response that the Asch dissenters risked and, accordingly, it is not surprising that many chose to avoid it through conformity. Was the Asch conformity effect possibly due to the era in which it was carried out? After all, the early 1950s were famous for emphasizing conformity, such as the corporate man who did everything possible to eliminate his individuality and fit into a business setting. To see if the same experiment would work with a later generation of subjects, NBC News had social psychologist Anthony Pratkanis replicate the Asch experiment in front of a hidden camera for its Dateline show in 1997. Sure enough, the experiment still worked, and the percentage of conformists was almost identical to what Asch found. Most students, even some who looked creative or rebellious on the outside, went along with obviously the concepts of social influence 11 process of social influence 12 incorrect group judgments. Later they explained that they did not want to look foolish, so they just caved in. Research has focused primarily on two main varieties of conformity. These are informational conformity, or informational social influence, and normative conformity, otherwise known as normative social influence. 1.3.1.3 Informational social influence. Informational social influence occurs when one turns to the members of one's group to obtain accurate information. A person is most likely to use informational social influence in three situations: when a situation is ambiguous, people become uncertain about what to do. They are more likely to depend on others for the answer. During a crisis, when immediate action is necessary, in spite of panic. Looking to other people can help ease fears, but unfortunately they are not always right. The more knowledgeable a person is, the more valuable they are as a resource. Thus people often turn to experts for help. But once again people must be careful, as experts can make mistakes too. Informational social influence often results in internalization or private acceptance, where a person genuinely believes that the information is right. Informational social influence was first documented in Muzafer Sherif's autokinetic experiment, Sherif, M. 1936. He was interested in how many people change their opinions to bring them in line with the opinion of a group. Participants were placed in a dark room and asked to stare at a small dot of light 15 feet away. They were then asked to estimate the amount it moved. The trick was there was no movement, it was caused by a visual illusion known as the autokinetic effect. Every person perceived different amounts of movement. Over time, the same estimate was agreed on and others conformed to it. Sherif suggested that this was a simulation for how social norms develop in a society, providing a common frame of reference for people. Subsequent experiments were based on more realistic situations. In an eyewitness identification task, participants were shown a suspect individually and then in a lineup of other suspects. They were given 1 second to identify him, making it a difficult task. One group was told that their input was very important and would be used by the legal community. To the other it was simply a trial. Being more motivated to get the right answer increased the tendency to conform. Those who wanted to be most accurate conformed 51% of the time as opposed to 35% in the other group. Barron, 1996. Economists have suggested that fads and trends in society form as the result of individuals making rational choices based on information received from others. These information form quickly as people decide to ignore their internal signals and go along with what other people are doing. 1.3.1.4 Normative social influence. Normative social influence occurs when one conforms to be liked or accepted by the members of the group. It usually results in public compliance, doing or saying something without believing in it. Asch was the first psychologist to study this phenomenon in the laboratory. As mentioned earlier, he conducted a modification of Sharif's study, assuming that when the situation was very clear, conformity would be drastically reduced. He exposed people in a group to a series of lines, and the participants were asked to match one line with a standard line. All participants except one were secretly told to give the wrong answer in 12 of the 18 trials. The results showed a surprisingly high degree of conformity. 76% of the participants conformed on at least one trial. On average, people conformed 1/3 of the time. However, in a reinterpretation of the original data from these experiments, Hodges and Geyer, 2006, found that Asch's subjects were not so conformist after all. The experiments provide powerful evidence for people's tendency to tell the truth even when others do not. Also, there are multiple moral claims which include the need for participants to care for the integrity and well-being of other participants, the experimenter, themselves, and the worth of scientific research. Normative influence is a function of social impact theory which has three components. The number of people in the group has a surprising effect. As the number increases, each person has less of an impact. A group's strength is how important the group is to a person. Groups we value generally have more social influence. Immediacy is how close the group is in time and space when the influence is taking place. Psychologists have constructed a mathematical model using these three factors and are able to predict the amount of conformity that occurs with some degree of accuracy. Barron and his colleagues conducted a second eyewitness study, this time focusing on normative influence. Barron, 1996. In this version, the task was made easier. Each participant was given 5 seconds to look at a slide, instead of just 1 second. Once again, there were both high and low motives to be accurate, but the results were the reverse of the first study. The low motivation group conformed 33% of the time, similar to Asch's findings. The high motivation group conformed less at 16%. These results show that when accuracy is not very important, it is better to get the wrong answer than to risk social disapproval. An experiment using procedures similar to Asch's found that there was significantly less conformity in 6-person groups of friends as compared to 6-person groups of strangers. Because friends already know and accept each other, there may be less normative pressure to conform in some situations. Field studies on cigarette and alcohol abuse, however, generally demonstrate evidence of friends exerting normative social influence on each other. 1.3.1.5 Minority influence and conformity. Although conformity generally leads individuals to think and act more like groups, individuals are occasionally able to reverse this tendency and change the people around them. This is known as minority influence, a special case of informational influence. Minority influence is most likely when people are able to make a clear and consistent case for their point of view. If the minority fluctuates and shows uncertainty, the chance of influence is small. However, if the minority makes a strong, convincing case, it will increase the probability of changing the beliefs and behavior of the majority. Minority members who are perceived as experts, are high in status, or have benefited the group in the past are also more likely to succeed. Another form of the concepts of social influence. 13 Process of social influence. 14 Minority influence can sometimes override conformity effects and lead to unhealthy group dynamics. By creating negative emotional climate that interferes with healthy group functioning. They can be avoided by careful selection procedures and managed by reassigning them to positions that require less social interaction. 1.3.1.6 Gender and conformity. Societal norms often establish gender differences. In general, this is the case for social conformity, as females are more likely to conform than males. Wrighton and Shaw, 1964. There are differences in the way men and women conform to social influence. Social psychologists, Alice Eagley and Linda Carley, performed a meta-analysis of 148 studies of influenceability. They found that women are more persuasible and more conforming than men in group pressure situations that involve surveillance. In situations not involving surveillance, women are less likely to conform. In a study by Sistrunk and McDavid at a private university, a public junior college, and at a high school, overall, females were more susceptible to social pressures than males. In fact, females conformed more than males 3 out of 4 times when they were presented masculine questions. Males conformed more than females 2 out of 4 times when they were presented feminine questions. The composition of the group plays a role in conformity as well. In a study by Wrighton and Shaw, it was found that men and women conformed more when there were participants of both sexes involved versus participants of the same sex. Subjects in the groups with both sexes were more apprehensive when there was a discrepancy amongst group members, and thus the subjects reported that they doubted their own judgments. Wrighton and Shaw, 1964. Normative social influence explains women's attempt to create the ideal body through dieting, and also by eating disorders such as anorexia nervosa and bulimia. Men, in contrast, are likely to pursue their ideal body image through dieting, steroids, and overworking their bodies, rather than developing eating disorders. Both men and women probably learn what kind of body is considered attractive by their culture through the process of informational social influence. Self-assessment questions. 1. What are the current research in social influence? 2. What kind of studies have been conducted to understand minority influence? 3. Give with suitable examples some of the studies conducted in persuasion. 4. Discuss elaboration, likelihood and heuristic systemic models in regard to social influence. 5. What do you understand by social impact theory and how it has contributed to understanding social influence? 6. Discuss social influence network theory and the expectation states theory of social influence. 7. Discuss the various areas of social influence. 8. Put forward the experiment by ask on conformity and indicate significance for social influence. The concepts of social influence. 15. Process of social influence. 16. 1.3.2 Compliance in psychology. Compliance refers to the act of responding favorably to an explicit or implicit request offered by others. The request may be explicit, such as a direct request for donations, or implicit, such as an advertisement promoting its products without directly asking for purchase. In all cases, the target recognizes that he or she is being urged to respond in a desired way. To study the compliance professions from the inside, Cialdini, 2001, joined training programs of a different compliance professions, sales, advertising, public relations, etc., and started the participant observation. He found that some principles are commonly used to increase the probability of successful compliance, including reciprocation, credibility, liking/friendship, scarcity, and social validation. 1.3.2.1 Principles observed by Robert Cialdini. The principles observed by Cialdini include I. Reciprocation. 2. Credibility. 3. Liking/friendship. 4. Scarcity. V. Social validation and 6. Commitment. 1.3.2.1.1 Reciprocation. Based on the social norm, treat others as you would expect to be treated. When someone does us a favor, it creates an obligation to accept any reasonable requests he or she might make in return. We feel a motivation to reciprocate. For instance, if someone does something for you, such as giving you a compliment, then you feel more obligated to do something for them, buy a product they may be offering. Failing to respond leads to violation of our obligation to reciprocate and bears the risk of social sanction. Guilt arousal produces an increase in compliance. People who are induced to guilt are more likely to comply with a request such as making a phone call to save native trees or donating blood. Darlington and Macker, 1966. Research findings supports in that this can be demonstrated by experiment. Participants acted as subjects to answer questions under two conditions. When they answered wrongly, participants acted as shock administrator and delivered shock in condition A. When participants acted as witnessing subjects being shocked in condition B. After a few trials, requests for making calls were made. Results showed that participants in condition A were more likely to comply with the requests by making many more calls, 39 calls, than those in condition B, 6.5 calls. It is because participants in condition A comply with the requests in order to ward off their guilty feeling. 1.3.2.1.2 Credibility. The source of requests will also affect whether we comply or not. If the source is an expert, with knowledge, abilities, or skills, i.e. more credible, we would respect the request more and would be more likely to comply. This principle is used as a marketing strategy, where they put on white lab coats which, from a consumer's point of view, will symbolize authority. One of the experiments conducted in this regard invited 500 university students to join the study about their opinion of sleep. In the first stage, students gave their opinion on the optimum length of sleep and the average result was about 8 hours. Then, students received advice from two sources. One was a physiologist who had won a Nobel Prize before and was a specialist on sleep research, the other one was a YMCA instructor. Clearly, the former one represented a more credible source while the latter one represented a less credible source. Two experts varied their answer about the number of sleeping hours needed every day from 8 to 0. Therefore, the discrepancy between the student's answer and the expert's answer increased from 0 to 8. After consulting the experts, students were asked to give their opinion again about the number of sleeping hours. When the expert's opinion was different from that of students were more likely to change their own answers after they got the advice from the physiologist, more credible source, than from the YMCA instructor, less credible source. Therefore, a high credibility source makes people more likely to comply. This may explain why advertisements nowadays always quote experts' opinion or construct a sense of expertise by showing a professional figure. 1.3.2.1.3 Liking/friendship. People are more likely to say yes to those they know and like because of the social exchange theory, which states that human relationships are formed by using a subjective cost-benefit analysis and the comparison of alternatives. Thus, complying with a person we like certainly is more favorable. This principle is used by salesmen all over the world. The principle of liking is common within neighborhoods, neighbors selling and buying things from each other. When you feel that you trust a person, you feel more obliged to buy the thing that they're selling. In an experiment conducted by Dennis, 2006, 115 female and 94 male undergraduate students were requested to complete a questionnaire asking them the degree of intimacy with their partners. Besides, participants were also asked to consider 32 behavioral change messages, e.g. smoking cessation, safe sex practice, etc. as if these were delivered to them by their partners and to estimate their effectiveness on a 5-point scale. The results showed that higher levels of intimacy within romantic relationships are significantly and positively correlated with the estimated success of appeals targeted at health-related behavioral motivations. 1.3.2.1.4 Scarcity. The scarcity effect refers to the influence of perceived scarcity on the subjective desirability of an object. Individuals do not want to be left alone without an item. A consumer often infers value in a product that has limited availability or is promoted as being scarce. The idea of limited edition, which can be seen all over the world, is based on the principle of scarcity. When we see that an object is limited, we feel the urge to buy them in order to not be left out. This also relates to the key explanation to one of the fundamental concepts in economics: supply and demand. A classical experiment was done by Werkel et al., 1975. Jars of chocolate chip cookies were shown to the subjects, who were then asked to rate how much do you like the cookies, how attractive the cookies are, and how much would you pay for the cookies. Results found that the rating of liking, attractiveness, and cost paid were significantly the concepts of social influence 17 process of social influence 18 higher in the scarcity condition in which there were only 2 cookies in the jar than in the abundant condition with 10 cookies in the jar. Therefore, suggesting that the product is scarce or in limited supply is an effective selling method. People are more likely to comply with the salesman's persuasion and buy the limited edition products as they value more on scarce products. 1.3.2.1.5 Social validation. Social validation, also called principle of conformity and consensus, in compliance is a phenomenon in which people are more willing to take a recommended step if they see evidence that many others, especially similar others, are taking it. The human need to fit in is very strong and tends to make us comply in order to be a part of the majority. Schultz, 1999, had conducted a field experiment on curbside recycling to observe participants' curbside recycling behaviors for 17 weeks with different interventions. In the experiment, 5 conditions, namely, plea plus information, plea plus neighborhood feedback, plea plus individual household feedback, or the control condition are observed. Among these conditions, the plea plus neighborhood feedback condition, in which subjects receive the total amount of each material collected for the duration of the study and the percentage of households participated that week, shows the most long-lasting participation during post-intervention. This unveils the underlying strong influence of social validation in compliance. On business front, manufacturers often persuade purchase by claiming that their products are the fastest growing or best selling in the market. Cialdini, 2001, has pointed out that this strategy of enhancing compliance by providing information of others who had already complied was the most widely used principle he encountered. 1.3.2.1.6 Commitment to a store or a company induced by loyalty cards or bonuses can make it harder for a person to change where they shop or what they purchase. 1.3.2.24 Compliance strategies. Compliance is known to be enhanced by a number of situational manipulations such as L foot in the door technique, L door in the face technique, L lowball, L ingratiation. 1.3.2.2.1 Foot in the door technique. Foot in the door technique, FITD, is a compliance tactic that involves getting a person to agree to a large request by first setting them up by having that person agreeing to a modest request. In a study, a team of psychologists telephoned housewives in California and asked if the women would answer a few questions about the household products they used. 3 days later, the psychologists called again. This time, they asked if they could send 5 or 6 men into the house to go through cupboards and storage places as part of a 2HR enumeration of household products. The investigators found these women were more than twice as likely to agree to the 2HR request as a group of housewives asked only the larger request. Numerous experiments have shown that foot-in-the-door tactics work well in persuading people to comply, especially if the request is a pro-social request. Research has shown that FITD techniques work over the computer via email, in addition to face-to-face requests. Examples: can I go over to Sita's house for an hour, followed by can I stay the night? Can I borrow the car for 1 day, followed by can I borrow the car for the weekend? Would you sign this petition for our cause, followed by would you donate to our cause? May I return the magazine a few hours late, followed by may I return it in next week? 1.3.2.2.2 Door in the face technique. The door in the face, DITF, technique is a persuasion method. Compliance with the request of concern is enhanced by first making an extremely large request that the respondent will obviously turn down, with the metaphorical slamming of a door in the persuader's face. The respondent is then more likely to accede to a second, more reasonable request than if this second request were made without the first, extreme request. Cialdini, 2001, suggests that this is a form of reciprocity, e.g. the induced sharp negative response to the first request creates a sense of debt or guilt that the second request offers to clear. Alternately, a reference point, or framing, construal may explain this phenomenon, as the initial bad offer sets a reference point from which the second offer looks like an improvement. One of the classic experiments to test the door-in-the-face technique is where Cialdini asked students to volunteer to counsel juvenile delinquents for 2 hours a week for 2 years. After their refusal, they were asked to chaperone juvenile delinquents on a one-day trip to the zoo. 50% agreed to chaperone the trip to the zoo as compared to 17% of participants who only received the zoo request. Other examples of the door-in-the-face technique include, will you donate Rs.1000 to our organization? Response is no. Oh. Well, could you donate Rs.10? Can you help me do all this work? Well, can you help me with this bit? 1.3.2.2.3 Lowball Technique. The concepts of social influence. 19 Process of social influence. 20 The lowball is a persuasion and selling technique in which an item or service is offered at a lower price than is actually intended to be charged, after which the price is raised to increase profits. A successful lowball relies on the balance of making the initial request attractive enough to gain agreement, whilst not making the second request so outrageous that the customer refuses. First, propose an attractive price on an idea/item which you are confident that the other person/buyer will accept. Maximize their buy-in, in particular by getting both verbal and public commitment to this, e.g. down payment or handshaking. Make it clear that the decision to purchase is from their own free will. Change the agreement to what you really want. The person/buyer may complain, but they should agree to the change if the lowball is managed correctly. The experimenters asked students to participate in an experiment. 56% agreed, before being told that the experiment started at 7 a.m. They then told the volunteers that the study was scheduled at 7 a.m., and the volunteers could withdraw if they wished. None did so, and 95% turned up at the scheduled time, the lowball group. When a control group were asked to participate and were told the unsocial timing of the experiment up front, only 24% agreed to participate. Self-assessment questions. 1. In regard to compliance, what are principles observed by Cialdini? Support your arguments with research findings. 2. What is credibility? Discuss credibility factor as influencing compliance. Give evidence in terms of research findings. 3. How does liking or friendship affect a person's compliance? Give suitable evidences and examples. 4. What is meant by scarcity factor? How does it contribute to compliance? 5. Describe and discuss each of the 4 compliance strategies. FIDT, DIFT, LBT. 1.3.3 Obedience. Obedience is a form of social influence where an individual acts in response to a direct order from another individual, who is usually an authority figure. It is assumed that without such an order the person would not have acted in this way. Obedience occurs when you are told to do something, authority, whereas conformity happens through social pressure, the norms of the majority. Obedience involves a hierarchy of power/status. Therefore, the person giving the order has a higher status than the person receiving the order. Obedience is the act of obeying orders from others. As humans we are indoctrinated to obey authority figures. This training begins from the moment of birth as we are reliant on our parents to take care of our every need, in turn being subservient to our authority figure or parents. As we begin to mature and are thrust into society we obtain more influential authority figures from outside the household. Schools have a system of order and authority. Teachers give us guidance and direction academically and even socially because we begin to learn how to act in a group or societal setting. The school environment is all a preparation for careers. When we begin working most of us work for a company or organization with all levels of management who we must be obedient to. As we mature we are given more and more responsibility over our actions and judgments, thus making it more beneficial to our societal advancement to be obedient. Stanley Milgram, a famous social psychologist, performs a number of experiments on human obedience in the 1960s. Obedience, in human behavior, is the quality of being obedient, which describes the act of carrying out commands, or being actuated. Obedience differs from compliance, which is behavior influenced by peers, and from conformity, which is behavior intended to match that of the majority. Humans have been shown to be surprisingly obedient in the presence of perceived legitimate authority figures, as demonstrated by the Milgram experiment in the 1960s, which was carried out by Stanley Milgram to discover how the Nazis managed to get ordinary people the concepts of social influence 21 process of social influence 22 to take part in the mass murders of the Holocaust. The experiment showed that obedience to authority was the norm, not the exception. 1.3.3.1 Forms of obedience. Obedience is the tendency to follow orders given by an authority figure. This can be explained by Milgram's agency theory, which states that we are in either one of two states. Forms of human obedience include L. Obedience to laws, L. Obedience to social norms, L. Obedience to a monarch, government, organization, religion, or church, L. Obedience to God, L. Obedience to self-imposed constraints, such as a vow of chastity, L. Obedience of a spouse or child to a husband/wife or parent respectively, L. Obedience to management in the workplace. 1.3.3.2 Cultural attitudes to obedience. Obedience is regarded as a virtue in many traditional cultures. Historically, children have been expected to be obedient to their elders, slaves to their owners, serfs to their lords in feudal society, lords to their king, and everyone to God. Even long after slavery ended in the United States, the black codes required black people to obey and submit to whites, on pain of lynching. In some Christian weddings, obedience was formally included along with honor and love as part of a conventional bride's, but not the bridegroom's, wedding vow. This came under attack with women's suffrage and the feminist movement. Today its inclusion in marriage vows is optional in some denominations. As the middle classes have gained political power, the power of authority has been progressively eroded, with the introduction of democracy as a major turning point in attitudes to obedience and authority. Since the democides and genocides of the First World War and Second World War periods, obedience has come to be regarded as a far less desirable quality in Western cultures. The civil rights and protest movements in the second half of the 20th century marked a remarkable reduction in respect for authority in Western cultures, and greater respect for individual ethical judgment as a basis for moral decisions. 1.3.3.3 Obedience training of human beings. Some animals can easily be trained to be obedient by employing operant conditioning. For example, obedience schools exist to condition dogs into obeying the orders of human owners. Obedience training seems to be particularly effective on social animals, a category that includes human beings. Other animals do not respond well to such training. Learning to obey adult rules is a major part of the socialization process in childhood, and many techniques are used by adults to modify the behavior of children. Additionally, extensive training is given in armies to make soldiers capable of obeying orders in situations where an untrained person would not be willing to follow orders. Soldiers are initially ordered to do seemingly trivial things, such as picking up the sergeant's hat off the floor, marching in just the right position, or marching and standing in formation. The orders gradually become more demanding, until an order to the soldiers to place themselves into the midst of gunfire gets a knee-jerk obedient response. 1.3.3.4 Experimental studies of human obedience. Obedience has been extensively studied by psychologists since the Second World War. The Milgram experiment and the Stanford Prison experiment are the most commonly cited experimental studies of human obedience, while the Hoffling Hospital experiment was an early field experiment, Hoffling CKETAL, 1966, the Milgram experiments, the first of which was carried out in 1961, were the earliest investigations of the power of authority figures as well as the lengths to which participants would go as a result of their influence. Milgram's results showed that, contrary to expectations, a majority of civilian volunteers would obey orders to apply electric shocks to another person until they were unconscious or dead. Prior to these experiments, most of Milgram's colleagues had predicted that only sadists would be willing to follow the experiment to their conclusion. Obedience is a basic human trait and is a deeply ingrained behavior. Some form of obedience is a requirement for function in modern society. The Milgram shock experiment proves these characteristics. The experiments first took place at Yale University and eventually involved over 1,000 participants from all walks of life. Two individuals were to enter a psychology laboratory and take part in a study of memory and learning. One of them was to be the teacher and the other the student. The student was instructed to learn a list of word pairs, and whenever the student made a mistake would receive an electric shock of increasing intensity. However, the focus of the experiment is the teacher. The teacher watches the student being strapped into place and then taken to a shock generator. The shock generator features switches ranging from 15 to 450 volts in 15-volt increments. If the student gets the answer correct, the teacher is to move on to the next problem. If the answer is wrong, the teacher is to shock the student beginning with 15 volts. The teacher, being the focus of the experiment, does not know that the student is not really being shocked and that the student is really an actor. Each time the student answers incorrectly and is shocked, he pretends to be shocked. As the teacher watches the student being tortured by the electric shocks, he continues to follow the orders he was instructed. The experiment proves that obedience is something humans teach one another and follow through with. Milgram thinks the problem lies in the structure of society. People are just following orders of superiors and are not directly responsible for his or her actions. Also, Milgram himself had already conducted several studies, which had shown that obedience tended to increase with the prestige of the authority figure. In these studies, an undergraduate research assistant posing as a Yale professor had a much greater influence than did someone of lesser status, regardless of the prestige of the institution in which the study was based. The concepts of social influence 23 Process of social influence 24 1.3.3.4.1 The Stanford Prison Experiment. Unlike the Milgram experiment, which studied the obedience of individuals, the 1971 Stanford Prison Experiment studied the behavior of people in groups, and in particular the willingness of people to obey orders and adopt abusive roles in a situation where they were placed in the position of being submissive or dominant by a higher authority. In the experiment, a group of volunteers was divided into two groups and placed in a prison, with one group in the position of playing prison guards, and other group in the position of prisoners. In this case, the experimenters acted as authority figures at the start of the experiment, but then delegated responsibility to the guards, who enthusiastically followed the experimenters' instructions, and in turn assumed the roles of abusive authority figures, eventually going far beyond the experimenters' original instruction in their efforts to dominate and brutalize the prisoners. At the same time, the prisoners adopted a submissive role with regard to their tormentors, even though they knew that they were in an experiment, and that their captors were other volunteers, with no actual authority other than that being role-played in the experiment. The Stanford experiment demonstrated not only obedience of the guards to the experimenters, and the prisoners to both the guards and experimenters, but also high levels of compliance and conformity. 1.3.3.4.2 The Hoffling Hospital Experiment. Both the Milgram and Stanford experiments were conducted in experimental circumstances. In 1966, psychiatrist Charles K. Hoffling published the results of a field experiment on obedience in the nurse-physician relationship in its natural hospital setting. Nurses, unaware they were taking part in an experiment, were ordered by unknown doctors to administer dangerous doses of a fictional drug to their patients. Although several hospital rules disallowed administering the drug under the circumstances, 21 out of the 22 nurses would have given the patient an overdose of medicine. 1.3.3.4.3 Factors that increase obedience. Milgram found that subjects were more likely to obey in some circumstances than others. Obedience was highest when L commands were given by an authority figure rather than another volunteer. L the experiments were done at a prestigious institution. L the authority figure was present in the room with the subject. L the learner was in another room. L the subject did not see other subjects disobeying commands. In everyday situations, people obey orders because they want to get rewards, because they want to avoid the negative consequences of disobeying, and because they believe in authority is legitimate. In more extreme situations, people obey even when they are required to violate their own values or commit crimes. Researchers think several factors cause people to carry obedience to extremes. People justify their behavior by assigning responsibility to the authority rather than themselves. People define the behavior that's expected of them as routine. People don't want to be rude or offend the authority. People obey easy commands first and then feel compelled to obey more and more difficult commands. This process is called entrapment, and it illustrates the foot in the door phenomenon. Stanley Milgram has pointed out a human characteristic that may very well be in each and every one of us. These experiments show us that ordinary people will go to any length to be subservient to an authority figure, no matter the moral dilemma. Only when we can differentiate between being a good subject and having good morals will we be able to make a distinction between being obedient and committing crimes by our own individual actions. Self-assessment questions. 1. What are the various forms of obedience? 2. How are humans trained to obey? 3. What factors influence obedience? Put forward experimental studies on humans in regard to obedience. 4. Describe the Milgram experiment. What did you learn from it in regard to obedience? The concepts of social influence. 25. Process of social influence. 26. 5. What factors increase obedience? 1.4 Let us sum up. Social influence is the change in behavior that one person causes in another, intentionally or unintentionally, as a result of the way the changed person perceives themselves in relationship to the influencer, other people, and society in general. Social influence can also be defined as the process by which individuals make real changes to their feelings and behaviors as a result of interaction with others who are perceived to be similar, desirable, or expert. 3 areas of social influence are conformity, compliance, and obedience. Conformity is changing how you behave to be more like others. This plays to belonging and esteem needs as we seek the approval and friendship of others. Conformity can run very deep, as we will even change our beliefs and values to be like those of our peers and admired superiors. Compliance is where a person does something that they are asked to do by another. They may choose to comply or not to comply, although the thoughts of social reward and punishment may lead them to compliance when they really do not want to comply. Obedience is different from compliance in that it is obeying an order from someone that you accept as an authority figure. In compliance, you have some choice. In obedience, you believe that you do not have a choice. Many military officers and commercial managers are interested only in obedience. 1.5 Unit End Questions. 1. Define the term social influence and discuss its various types. 2. Describe the factors associated with conformity. 3. Describe in detail Theach's study on conformity. 4. What do you mean by compliance? Discuss various factors leading to compliance. 5. Describe the Stanford Prison Experiment and indicate ITWA's contribution in understanding obedience. 6. What is the significance of Hoffling Hospital Experiment? Discuss the same in the context of obedience. 1.6 Suggested readings and references. Aronson, E., Wilson, T.D., and Eckert, R.M., 2010. Social Psychology, 7th ed. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Barron, R.A., Branscombe, N.R., and Byrne, D., 2009. Social Psychology, 12th ed. Boston, Ma, Pearson/Allen and Bacon. References. Aronson, E., Wilson, T.D., and Eckert, A.M., 2007. Social Psychology, 6th ed. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Pearson Prentice Hall. Ash, S.E., 1951. Effects of Group Pressure upon the Modification and Distortion of Judgments. Groups, Leadership, and Men, 177-190. Bales, R.F., 1950, Interaction Process Analysis. Addison Wesley, Reading, Ma Barron, R.S., Vandello, J.A., and Brunsman, B., 1996. The Forgotten Variable in Conformity Research, Impact of Task Importance on Social Influence. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 71, 915-927. Berger, J., Rosenholtz, S.J., and Zeldich, M. Jr., 1980. Status Organizing Processes. Annual Review of Sociology 6, 479-508 Bachner, S. and Insko, C.A., 1966. Communicator Discrepancy, Source Credibility and Opinion Change. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 4, 614-621. Cacioppo, J.T., Petty, R.E., and Stoltenberg, C.D., 1985, Processes of Social Influence, The Elaboration Likelihood Model of Persuasion. In, Kendall, P.C., ed., Advances in Cognitive Behavioral Research and Therapy. Academic Press, San Diego, pages 215-74. Cialdini, Robert B., 2001. Influence, Science and Practice, 4th ed. Boston, Allen and Bacon. Darlington, R.B., and Macker, C.E., 1966. Displacement of Guilt-Produced Altruistic Behavior. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 4, 442-443. Dennis, M.R., 2006. Compliance and Intimacy, Young Adults' Attempts to Motivate Health-Promoting Behaviors by Romantic Partners. Health Communication, 19, 3, 259-267. French, J.R.P., J.R. and Raven, B., 1959, The Basis of Social Power. In, Cartwright, D., ed., Studies in Social Power. Institute for Social Research, Ann Arbor, M.I., pages 150-67. Friedkin, N., 1998, A Structural Theory of Social Influence. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge. Hodges, B. H. and A. L. Geyer, 2006. A Nonconformist Account of the Asch Experiments, Values, Pragmatics, and Moral Dilemmas. In Personality and Social Psychology Review 10, 1, 2-19. Hoffling Cetal, 1966, An Experimental Study of Nurse-Physician Relationships. Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease 141:171-180. Lawtane, B., 1981, The Psychology of Social Impact. American Psychologist 36, 343-56. The Concepts of Social Influence 27 Process of Social Influence Lawtane, B., 1996, Dynamic Social Impact, The Creation of Culture by Communication. Journal of Communication 4, 13-25. Milgram, Stanley. 1963, Behavioral Study of Obedience. 1 Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology 67, 371-378 Nemeth, C. and Kwan, J. 1987, Minority Influence, Divergent Thinking and the Detection of Correct Solutions. Journal of Applied Social Psychology 17, 788-99. Wrighton, H.T. and Shaw, M.E., 1964. Group Membership, Sex Composition of the Group, and Conformity Behavior. The Journal of Social Psychology, 64, 45-51. Schultz, P.W., 1999. Changing Behavior with Normative Feedback Interventions, A Field Experiment on Curbside Recycling. Basic and Applied Social Psychology, 21, 25-36. Sharif, M., 1936. The Psychology of Social Norms. New York, HarperCollins. Werkel, S., Lee, J., and Adwole, A., 1975. Effects of Supply and Demand on Rating of Object Value. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 32, 906,914. 28 Unit 2 Pro-social behavior and factors contributing to prosocial behavior structure 2.0 Introduction 2.1 Objectives 2.2 Pro-social behavior 2.2.1 Definition and description 2.2.2 Pro-social behavior and altruism 2.2.3 Certain historical aspects of prosocial behavior 2.3 Pro-social behavior in emergency situation 2.3.1 Noticing the emergency 2.3.2 Interpreting an emergency as an emergency 2.3.3 Assuming that it is your responsibility to help 2.3.4 Knowing what to do 2.3.5 Making the decision to help 2.4 Factors affecting helping behavior 2.4.1 Physical attractiveness 2.4.2 Similarity and kinship 2.4.3 Religiosity 2.4.4 Victim's perspective 2.4.5 Personal experience 2.4.6 Identifiable victim effect 2.4.7 Attributions concerning victim's responsibility 2.4.8 Positive friend influence 2.4.9 Gender February 4th 10 Age February 4th 11 Personality February 4th 12 Effects of positive moods, feel good, do good 2.5 Theoretical perspectives 2.5.1 Social learning theory 2.5.2 Motivation perspective 2.5.3 Social identity theory 2.5.4 Biological perspective 2.6 Negative state relief hypothesis Pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior 29 Process of social influence 32.7 Empathy, altruism hypothesis 2.7.1 Empathic joy hypothesis 2.7.2 Self-efficacy hypothesis 2.8 Reciprocity and social norms 2.9 Current trends 2.10 Let us sum up 2.11 Unit end questions 2.12 Suggested readings and references 2.0 Introduction Pro-social behavior is defined as any act performed with the goal of benefiting another person. Aronson, Wilson, and Eckert. 2004 p. 382. How is it possible to differentiate the meaning or motivation or consequences between a 10 rupees donation to charity and rescuing a drowning child? This is not a topic confined within one discipline. Even a cursory review of the literature reveals that psychologists, philosophers, economists, sociobiologists, and others all have distinct and often conflicting points of view. Prosocial are voluntary, made with the intention of benefiting others. This definition focuses on the potential benefits to the person performing the prosocial behavior. In this unit we will be dealing with noticing emergency for help, understanding how and what do in such situations, and determining and taking decisions to help. Such a helping behavior is influenced by a large number of factors such as physical attractiveness of the person who needs help, similarity in a number of factors, whether the person is a relative and belong to kin, etc. This unit deals with also the perspective of help from the victim's point of view and one's own personal experience. Many theoretical perspectives have also been put across in this unit, which includes social learning theory and its influence on helping behavior, the motivation and social identity theories contributing to understanding of helping behavior, empathic and reciprocity factors as to how they contribute to the understanding of helping behavior. Lastly, the unit discusses the current trends in regard to pro-social behavior. 2.1 Objectives. After successful completion of this unit, you are expected to be able to L. Define pro-social behavior and altruism, L. Have knowledge about various factors affecting pro-social behavior, L. Explain pro-social behavior in the light of different theories, and L. Analyze the current trends in research related to pro-social behavior. 2.2 Pro-social behavior 2.2.1 Definition and description. Staub, 1979, defined pro-social behavior as voluntary behavior intended to benefit another person. Voluntary emphasizes the spontaneous initiative by the actor in contrast to professional help, e.g., physicians or nurses. Pro-social behavior may include helping, sharing, giving, and comforting. Bierhoff, 2002. Pro-social behavior is defined as any act performed with the goal of benefiting another person. Aronson, Wilson, and Eckert. 2004 p. 382. How is it possible to differentiate the meaning or motivation or consequences between a 10 rupees donation to charity and rescuing a drowning child? Many researchers have attempted to narrow the parameters of discussion by focusing on subsets of prosocial behaviors such as altruism versus self-interest, helping behaviors sustained over time versus one-time events, personality variables versus situational context, the origins of empathy and others. Prosocial behavior is not a topic confined within one discipline. Even a cursory review of the literature reveals that psychologists, philosophers, economists, sociobiologists, and others all have distinct and often conflicting points of view. As Cohn points out, the term prosocial is so broad that it becomes essentially meaningless. Prosocial are voluntary made with the intention of benefiting others, Eisenberg and Fabs, 1998. This definition focuses on the potential benefits to the person performing the prosocial behavior. Nevertheless, benefiting others, but whose main goal is self-advantageous, e.g. cooperative intended to obtain a common resource, typically are not considered prosocial. Typical examples include volunteering, sharing toys, or food with friends. Instrumental help, e.g., helping a peer with school assignments, costly help, e.g. risking one's own life to save others, and emotionally supporting others in distress, e.g., comforting a peer following a disappointing experience or caring for a person who is ill. 2.2.2 Prosocial behavior and altruism. Prosocial behavior is often accompanied by psychological and social rewards for its performer. In the long run, individuals can benefit from living in a society where prosociality is common. It has been difficult for researchers to identify purely altruistic behaviors, benefiting only the recipient and not the performer. Altruism is generally defined as any form of voluntary act intended to favor another without expectation of reward. Smith and Mackey, 2000, Batson et al., 2002, Aronson et al., 2004. Perhaps the first person to utilize the term altruism was the French sociologist Auguste Comte, who declared that humans have inborn drives to behave sympathetically toward others. Li and Kong, 2003. It is a specific kind of motivation to benefit another without consciously considering for one's own self-interest. Hall, 1999. In other words, altruism refers to a kind of selfless help, which is based on pure desire to help others. Aronson, Wilson, Eckert, and Fair, 2004. Nevertheless, altruism is not a synonym for prosocial behavior. Prosocial behavior refers to helping behavior of favoring another person with the goal that may involve benefits to self. Smith and Mackey, 2000, Aronson et al., 2004. For instance, people donating money to Tsunami Relief Fund may not always be selfless. In the case that donation is for the sake of tax exemption, its motive would not be regarded as altruistic. The major difference between altruism and prosocial behavior is that altruism does not involve the element of self-interest. Myers, 1996. Prosocial behavior and factors contributing to prosocial behavior. 31 Process of social influence. 2.2.3 Certain historical aspects of prosocial behavior. The term prosocial behavior was introduced in the early 1970s after the incident of Kitty Genevieve's case in USA. Cohn, 1990. On March 13, 1964, Kitty Genovese was murdered in front of her home. She parked her car a number of feet from her apartment when all of a sudden, a man named Winston Mosley chased her down and stabbed her in the back twice. Kitty screamed for help and a neighbor responded shouting at the criminal, "Let that girl alone." Immediately, Winston fled the scene and left the girl crawling towards her apartment. Several witnesses reported to have seen the whole scene. At that time, there was a strong degree of interest in exploring why 38 neighbors ignored the pleas and calls for help from a woman being repeatedly stabbed and ultimately murdered by her assailant. Why were such apathy, indifference, and lack of concern observed from all the neighbors of Kitty? Two social psychologists, John Darley and Bibb Lawtain, started asking questions why the witnesses demonstrated a lack of reaction towards the victim's need for help. They found bystander apathy is the major factor that influences helping behavior. The term bystander effect refers to the phenomenon in which greater the numbers of people present, the less likely people are to help a person in distress. When an emergency situation occurs, observers are more likely to take action if there are few or no other witnesses. In a series of classic study, researchers Bibb Lawtain and John Darley, 1969, found that the amount of time it takes the participant to take action and seek help varies depending on how many other observers are in the room. In one experiment, subjects were placed in one of three treatment conditions: alone in a room, with two other participants, or with two confederates who pretended to be normal participants. As the participants sat filling out questionnaires, smoke began to fill the room. When participants were alone, 75% reported the smoke to the experimenters. In contrast, just 38% of participants in a room with two other people reported the smoke. In the final group, the two confederates in the experiment noted the smoke and then ignored it, which resulted in only 10% of the participants reporting the smoke. There are two major factors that contribute to the bystander effect. First, the presence of other people creates a diffusion of responsibility. Because there are other observers, individuals do not feel as much pressure to take action, since the responsibility to take action is thought to be shared among all of the present. The second reason is the need to behave in correct and socially acceptable ways. When other observers fail to react, individuals often take this as a signal that a response is not needed or not appropriate. Other researchers have found that onlookers are less likely to intervene if the situation is ambiguous. Solomon, 1978. In the case of Kitty Genovese, many of the 38 witnesses reported that they believed that they were witnessing a lover's quarrel, and did not realize that the young woman was actually being murdered. 32.2.3 Pro-social behavior in emergency situations. There are 5-step response in emergency situations, Darley and Lawtain, 1969, which include the following. 2.3.1 Noticing the emergency. In order for people to help, they must notice that an emergency has occurred. Sometimes very trivial things, such as how much of a hurry a person is in, can prevent them from noticing someone else in trouble. Darley and Batson, 1973, showed that seminary students who were in a hurry to give a sermon on campus were much less likely to help an ostensibly injured Confederate groaning in a doorway than were those who were not in a hurry. 2.3.2 Interpreting an emergency as an emergency. The next determinant of helping is whether the bystander interprets the event as an emergency. Ironically, when other bystanders are present, people are more likely to assume an emergency is something innocuous. This pluralistic ignorance occurs because people look to see others' reactions, informational influence. When they see that everyone else has a blank expression, they assume there must be no danger. Lawtain and Darley, 1970, 2.3.3 Assuming that it is your responsibility to help. The next step that must occur if helping is to take place is for someone to take responsibility. When there are many witnesses, there is a diffusion of responsibility, the phenomenon whereby each bystander's sense of responsibility to help decreases as the number of witnesses increases. Everyone assumes that someone else will help, and as a result, no one does, as happened with the Kitty Genovese murder. 2.3.4 Knowing what to do. Even if all the previous conditions are met, a person must know what form of assistance to give. If they don't, they will be unable to help. 2.3.5 Making the decision to help. Finally, even if you know what kind of help to give, you might decide not to intervene because you feel unqualified to help or you are too afraid of the costs to yourself. Markey, 2000, examined helping in an internet chat room situation. When the chat room group as a whole was asked to provide some information about finding profiles, the larger the group, the longer it took for anyone to help. However, when a specific person was addressed by name, that person helped quickly, regardless of group size. 2.4 Factors affecting helping behavior. 2.4.1 Physical attractiveness. Attractiveness is defined as physical attractiveness or the attractiveness of a person's pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior. 33 Process of social influence. 34 Personality or behavior. DeVito, 1976. Researchers believe physical attractiveness can be defined for any one individual situationally. DeVito, 1976. Physically attractive people are more likely to receive help than unattractive people. Harrell, 1978. The explanation lies in the fact that as a society, we consciously or subconsciously tend to treat attractive individuals differently, expecting better lives for them. Burscheid, Wellster, Barnstedt, 1973. Adams and Cohen, 1976. Feel physical attractiveness is a major factor in the development of prosocial behavior in a child. 2.4.2 Similarity and kinship. Finally, individuals are more likely to behave prosocially towards similar or likable others, Penner et al., 2005, and towards others considered to be close, especially kin, Graziano et al., 2007. Genetic relatedness aside, pro-social behavior towards family members probably involves a sense of duty, reciprocity, and effective relationships. Individuals care more for victims who belong to their in-group rather than to their out-group. Davidio et al. 1997, Flippen et al. 1996, Levine et al. 2002. Park and Scheller, 2005, found that attitude similarity serves as a heuristic cue signaling kinship, which may motivate kin recognition responses, e.g., prosocial behavior, even to unrelated individuals. 2.4.3 Religiosity. Although several studies have examined the impact of donor characteristics across various domains, the findings are not as robust as those about victim characteristics. One consistent finding is that humanitarian values and religiosity are correlated with giving. Burnett 1981, Pessemir, Bemayor, and Hansens 1977. 2.4.4 Victims' perspective. Batson and colleagues have shown consistently greater empathy and altruistic behavior by individuals who are primed to take the victim's perspective. Batson, Early, and Salvarani 1997, Batson et al. 2003. 2.4.5 Personal experience. A vast literature examines the impact of personal experience on self-protective behavior. Weinstein, 1989, for a critical review. Although the majority of studies examine effects on victims themselves, a few assess the impact of knowing a victim as a form of personal experience. Mannheimer, Mellinger, and Crossley 1966 and Schiff 1977. Barnett et al., 1986, found that participants who had been raped reported greater empathy when watching a video about a rape victim than did those who had never been raped. Batson et al., 1996, found that for females but not males, the expectation of oneself receiving a shock affected self-reported empathy when one observed a same-sex peer receiving a shock. Christie and Voigt, 1994, found that those who reported being abused as a child indicated that they would be more likely than those who had never been abused to intervene if they saw a child being abused. 2.4.6 Identifiable victim effect. Previous research has shown that people give more to identifiable victims than to unidentifiable or statistical victims. Kogut and Retov 2005a, B, Small, Lowenstein, and Slovic 2006. This effect has even been demonstrated when no meaningful information is provided about the identified victim. Small and Lowenstein 2003. Other identifying factors, such as showing a victim's face or being in the presence of a victim, also increase pro-social behavior. Bonnet and Frey 1999. Charities do often describe or show images of specific victims to potential donors in their advertising campaigns, but such attempts seem designed to benefit from the identifiable victim effect. Kogut and Retov, 2005a, B, Small et al. 2006. Rather than to create friendship between donors and victims. 2.4.7 Attributions concerning victims' responsibility. People also give more to victims who are perceived as deserving, in other words, whose needs arise from external rather than internal causes. Wiener 1980. Thus, disabled children are deemed deserving, healthy unemployed men are not. Schmidt and Wiener 1988. Finally, the effect of deservingness on prosocial behavior is mediated by sympathy, suggesting that giving decisions are not based on cold mental calculations. Wiener, 1980. A study carried out on the New York subway showed that people were more likely to help blind rather than drunk Confederates who had collapsed. Pylyavin, 1969. 2.4.8 Positive Friend Influence. Berry and Wenzel, 2006, supported the notion that friends in particular can be important socializers of pro-social behavior. Children are similar to their friends in the degree to which they display pro-social behavior and are motivated to behave this way. Wenzel, Berry, and Caldwell, 2004, Wenzel and Caldwell, 1997. Adolescents who have friends are more likely to be pro-social than those without friends. McGuire and Wise, 1982. 2.4.9 Gender. Females engage in prosocial behaviors more frequently than males. Fabs, Carlo, Kupinoff, and Label, 1999, which is consistent across ratings from parents, teachers, and peers. Holmgren, Eisenberg, and Fabs, 1998. Additionally, observational studies have indicated that females are more likely than males to share and cooperate when interacting. Burford, Foley, Rollins, and Rosario, 1996. Butel and Johnson, 2004, reported that in a study of 12 through 17-year-olds, females placed more importance on prosocial values than males at younger ages, and the gender gap in prosocial values was larger at older ages. Eagley and Crowley, 1986, did a meta-analysis and found that men are more likely to help in chivalrous, heroic ways, and women are more likely to help in nurturant ways involving long-term commitment. February 4, 10 age-older adolescent males placed less importance on prosocial values than younger adolescent males. Butel and Johnson, 2004. Further, in a study of adolescent soccer players' behaviors, recruited from age groups of under 13, under 15, and under 17, significant differences among the age groups indicated that the oldest group displayed more frequent antisocial behaviors and less frequent prosocial behaviors compared to the younger groups. Cavusanu, Seal, and Phillips, 2006. However, there appears to be an increase in the use of some prosocial behaviors after a certain point in adolescence, as Eisenberg et al., 2005, found that prosocial moral reasoning and perspective-taking abilities showed increases with age from pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior. 35 Process of social influence. 36 Late adolescence to early adulthood, whereas helping and displaying sympathy did not increase with age. February 4, 11 Personality research following children from early childhood to adulthood supports the existence of the long-debated altruistic or prosocial personality. Eisenberg et al., 1999. Individual differences in prosociality are linked to sociability, low shyness, extroversion, and agreeableness, although specific prosocial behaviors may require a combination of additional traits, such as perceived self-efficacy in the case of helping. Penner et al., 2005. Personality and contextual variables are likely to interact in determining prosocial behavior. For example, agreeable individuals were more likely to help an outgroup member than low agreeableness individuals, but agreeableness was not associated with helping an in-group member. Graziano et al., 2007. While Hartshorne and May, 1929, found only a 0.23 correlation between different kinds of helping behaviors in children, and several studies have found that those who scored high on a personality test of altruism were not much more likely to help than those who scored low. People's personality is clearly not the only determinant of helping. Instead, it seems to be that different kinds of people are likely to help in different situations. February 4, 12 Effects of positive moods. Feel good, do good. People who are in a good mood are more likely to help. For example, Ison and Levin, 1972, did a study in a shopping mall where subjects either found or did not find a dime in a phone booth. As the person emerged from the booth, a Confederate walked by and dropped a sheaf of papers. 84% of those who found the dime helped compared with 4% of those who did not find the dime. North, Tarrant, and Hargreaves, 2004, found that people are more likely to help others when in a good mood for a number of other reasons, including doing well on a test, receiving a gift, thinking happy thoughts, and listening to pleasant music. Good moods can increase helping for 3 reasons. 1. Good moods make us interpret events in a sympathetic way. 2. Helping another prolongs the good mood, whereas not helping deflates it. 3. Good moods increase self-attention, and this in turn leads us to be more likely to behave according to our values and beliefs, which tend to favor altruism. 2.5 Theoretical perspectives. There are a large number of theory which explain pro-social behavior, and these are described and discussed below. 2.5.1 Social learning theory. Social learning theory suggests that pro-social behavior is learned. Bandura, 1977, Bandura and MacDonald, 1963, Batson, 1998. Observing role models who are loved or respected, such as parents or authorities, engaged in pro-social behavior, demonstrates how people can and should behave prosocially. Rewards reinforce helping behavior, punishments reduce unhelpful or hurtful behavior. Within a group context, social recognition, not just private reward, increases pro-social behavior. Fisher and Ackerman, 1998. Observational modeling processes with reinforcement will result in learning over time. Compo and Higgins, 1995, Lim et al., 1997. 2.5.2 Motivation. Perspective theorists differentiate altruistic prosocial behavior from egoistic prosocial behavior depending upon the motivation of the helper. Batson, 1991, Nelson, 1999, Pillai and Charng, 1990. Altruistic prosocial behavior is motivated purely by the desire to increase another person's welfare. Egoistic prosocial behavior is motivated by the desire to increase one's own welfare or that of one's group or cause through helping others. Batson, 1998, McIntyre, 1967. Some researchers believe that pro-social behavior does not need to be based on unobservable underlying motivations of children. Eisenberg and Musson, 1989. But other researchers believe that another person's well-being must be of primary concern in prosocial behaviors. Cialdini, Kenrick, and Bauman, 1976. It is generally understood that an intention of prosocial behaviors is to achieve positive consequences for others. Jackson and Tassac, 2001, Tassac and Ford, 1986, but it is possible that there are other reasons children behave prosocially as well. Children's expectancies may influence their likelihood of engaging in prosocial behaviors. Adolescents who expect positive adult reactions to their prosocial behaviors report engaging in more prosocial and less aggressive behaviors. Wyatt and Carlo, 2002. 2.5.3 Social identity theory. Social identity theory and self-categorization theory, Tehfel and Turner, 1986, Turner et al., 1987, are helpful in understanding why some people exhibit substantial prosocial behavior over time. Social identity theory is based on the premise that people identify with particular groups in order to enhance their self-esteem. Identification leads to selective social comparisons that emphasize intergroup differences along dimensions. This leads to favoring the in-group and confer positive distinctiveness on the in-group when compared to the salient out-group. Hogg and Abrams, 1988. Categorizing the self and others in terms of groups accentuates the similarities between group members with respect to their fit with the relevant group prototype or cognitive representation of features that describe and prescribe attributes of the group. Hogg and Terry, 2000. The prototype guides the participants' understanding of the group and its expected behaviors and attitudes. People identified with a group will thus be more likely to exhibit behaviors that are consistent with shared group norms and will cooperate with the group and its members. Group identification is an important antecedent to cooperative behaviors related to group maintenance and survival. Ashforth and Mail, 1989, Kramer, 1993, Mail and Ashforth, 1995, Tyler, 1999. 2.5.4 Biological perspective. Empathy, altruism, and prosocial behavior are considered vital for the good functioning of society. Although psychological theories emphasize the importance pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior 37 process of social influence 38 of cognition and socialization, genes also have a role to play. Monozygotic, MZ, twin pairs share 100% of their genes, whereas dizygotic, DZ, twin pairs share 50%, thus the comparison of MZ and DZ twin similarities and differences allows for estimates to be made of genetic influences. Plomin et al. 2001. Several studies have found that by adulthood, approximately 50% of the variance in altruism, empathy, and social responsibility is due to genes and 50% to non-genetic factors. Rushton et al. 1986, Rushton 2004. 2.6 Negative state relief hypothesis. Negative state relief model views empathic concern as being accompanied by feelings of sadness that the helper tries to relieve through helping someone in need. Smith, Keating, and Stotland, 1989, Chalindi, et al., 1987, Schroeder, Davidio, Sibicki, Matthews, and Allen, 1988. Here, the motivation for processual behavior is based on increasing the welfare of both the helper and helpee. Three prominent features of the negative state relief model are that 1. Helpers experience empathic concern, 2. Such concern is accompanied by feelings of sadness, and 3. Helpers attempt to relieve such feelings by helping others. Cialdini's, 1987, experiments involved participants taking the place of people receiving electric shocks. However, high empathy participants were less inclined to help if they had been praised by the researchers. It is thought that this praise helped to lift their mood so that it was not necessary to help the person receiving the shocks. When people feel guilty, they are more likely to help. For example, Harris et al., 1975, found that churchgoers were more likely to donate money after confession. 2.7 Empathy, altruism hypothesis. Batson, 1987, 1991, introduced the empathy-altruism hypothesis, which states refers to the claim that feeling empathic emotion for someone in need evokes altruistic motivation to relieve that need has been called the empathy-altruism hypothesis. According to this hypothesis, the greater the empathetic emotion, the greater the altruistic motivation. Batson et al., 2002. According to the empathy-altruism hypothesis, empathic concern motivates helpers to enhance the welfare of those in need rather than avoid the situation instead. Smith, Keating, and Stotland, 1989, Baston, 1987. In a study by Toy and Batson, 1982, students listened to a taped interview with a student who had ostensibly broken both legs in an accident and was behind in classes. Two factors were manipulated: empathetic versus non-empathetic set, manipulated by instructions given to SS, and the costs of helping, manipulated by whether or not the injured student was expected to be seen every day once she returned to class. The dependent variable was whether SS responded to a request to help the injured student catch up in class. As the empathy-altruism hypothesis predicted, people in the high empathy condition helped regardless of cost, while those in the low empathy condition helped only if the cost of not helping was high. 2.7.1 Empathic joy hypothesis. Smith, Keating, and Stotlands, 1989. Hypothesis proposes that empathic concern is based on a helper's overarching sensitivity to a victim's emotional state and a subsequent heightened sense of vicarious happiness and relief upon the fulfillment of the recipient's needs. The authors propose that empathic witnesses to someone in need may regard empathic joy as being more achievable and rewarding than would be a self-focused witness, and thus have greater motivation to help. The three prominent features of the empathic joy hypothesis are that 1. Helpers experience empathic concern, 2. This concern is a function of their sensitivity to another's needs, and 3. The awareness of relief for another's distress promotes subsequent relief of the helper's empathic concern as well as a sense of joy. 2.7.2 Self-efficacy hypothesis. This hypothesis reflects a combination of proposals from authors regarding correlates to helping behaviors. According to Midlersky, 1968, individuals' level of competence with a given skill can influence helping behavior, especially in times of need. Such competence may increase the likelihood of helping through increased certainty over what to do, along with the decreased fear of making a mistake and decreased stress over the situation. Withy, 1962, Janis 1962, Midlersky, 1968, Staub, 1971. 2.8 Reciprocity and social norms. The concept of reciprocity is defined in settings in which individuals act in a more cooperative manner in response to the positive or friendly behavior of others. As a result, reciprocity as a reputational motivation is very closely linked to the idea that the more others contribute, the more one gives. For instance, although contributing to charitable organizations does not benefit the donor directly, she may still gain in the long run, because she expects to benefit from reciprocity in the future when she will need help. Leiter et al., 2009, established that giving is motivated, at least in part, by future interaction, enforced reciprocity. Social norms also encourage people to find ways by which to avoid being generous when it is not completely necessary. As suggested by Stephen Meyer, 2004, reciprocity and concern to conform to social norms are closely tied together. In particular, by observing the behavior of others, one translates this behavior into a recipe of what one should do. 2.9 Current trends. Genetics also contribute to individual variation in processile. Research on adults finds that processile is substantially heritable. Research on young children shows lower heritability, demonstrated by one longitudinal twin study showing increase in the heritability of parent-rated processile, from 30% at age 2 to 60% at age 7, Nafo and Plomin, 2006. Gene-environment correlations can also shape individual differences in processile. For example, children's low processile is related to parents' use of negative discipline and affection. This relationship can be traced back to children's genetic tendencies, implying that the genetically influenced low processile can initiate a negative reaction from pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior. 39 Process of social influence. 40 Parents, Nafo and Plomin, 2006. Some evidence suggests that children in Western societies are less pro-social than children in other cultures, but some studies find no differences along these lines. See review by Eisenberg et al., 2006. A field study by Levine, Norenzayan, and Philbrick, 2001, found large cultural differences in spontaneously helping strangers. For example, the proportion of individuals helping a stranger with a hurt leg pick up dropped magazines ranged from 22% to 95% across 23 cultures. Perhaps, cultures differ substantially in what each promotes as processile behavior. Eisenberg et al., 2006. It has been suggested that there are two reasons for cultural differences in altruism. Eisenberg and Musson, 1989. First is industrial societies place value on competition and personal success, and secondly cooperation at the home in non-industrial societies promotes altruism. 2.10 Let us sum up. Pro-social behaviors are voluntary behaviors made with the intention of benefiting others. Processile behavior is often accompanied with psychological and social rewards for its performer. In the long run, individuals can benefit from living in a society where processile is common. Altruism is generally defined as any form of voluntary act intended to favor another with our expectation of reward. There are various factors that affect the pro-social behavior, e.g., I. Noticing the emergency. 2. Interpreting an emergency as an emergency. 3. Assuming that it is your responsibility to help. 4. Knowing what to do. v. Making the decision to help. Amongst the various factors affecting helping behavior, we saw that I. Physical attractiveness. 2. Similarity and kinship. 3. Religiosity. 4. Victim's perspective. v. Personal experience. 6. Gender. 7. Age. 8. Personality, etc. It has been suggested that there are two reasons for cultural differences in altruism. Eisenberg and Musson, 1989. First is industrial societies place value on competition and personal success, and secondly cooperation at the home in non-industrial societies promotes altruism. 2.11 Unit End Questions. 1. Define pro-social behavior with factor leading us to help in a particular situation. 2. Discuss various factors that affect pro-social behavior. 3. Critically evaluate theories of pro-social behavior. 2.12 Suggested readings and references Aronson, E., Wilson, T., and Akert, R. 2004. Social Psychology, Media, and Research Update, 4th ed. Upper Saddle River, N.J., Pearson Education. Bandura, A. 1977. Social Learning Theory. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Barron, R.A., Branscombe, N.R., and Byrne, D. 2009. Social Psychology, 12th ed. Boston, Ma, Pearson/Allen and Bacon. L. Berkowitz, ed., Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 20, p. 65122, New York, Academic Press. Myers, D.G., 1996. Social Psychology. New York, McGraw-Hill. Smith, E.R. and Mackey D.M., 2000. Social Psychology, 2nd ed. New York, Worth. References Adams, G.R., and Cohen, A.S., 1976. An examination of cumulative folder information used by teachers in making differential judgments of children's abilities. The Alberta Journal of Educational Research, 22, 216-224. Aronson, R.B., McIntyre, I.G., Precht, W.F., Wapnick, C.M., Murdoch, T.J.T., 2002. The Expanding Scale of Species Turnover Events on Coral Reefs in Belize. Ecole Monogr. 72, 233-249. Ashforth, B. and Mail, F. 1989. Social Identity Theory and the Organization. Academy of Management Review, 14, 1, 20-39. Bandura, A. and MacDonald, F.J., 1963. Influence of Social Reinforcement and Behavior of Models in Shaping Children's Moral Judgments. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 67, 3, 274-81. Barnett, M.A., P.A. Tetreault, J.A. Esper, and A.R. Bristow, 1986, Similarity and Empathy: The Experience of Rape, Journal of Social Psychology, 126, 1, 47-49. Berry, C.M., and Wenzel, K.R., 2006. Friend Influence on Prosocial Behavior, The Role of Motivational Factors and Friendship Characteristics. Developmental Psychology, 42, 153-163. Baston, C.D., 1987. Prosocial Motivation, Is It Ever Truly Altruistic? In L. Berkowitz, ed., Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 20, p. 65-122, New York, Academic Press, p. 65-122. Batson, C.D., 1991. The Altruism Question, Toward a Social Psychological Answer. Hillsdale, New Jersey, Earl Baum. Batson, C.D., 1998. Altruism and Prosocial Behavior. In D. T. Gilbert, S. T. Fisk, and G. Lindsay, eds. Handbook of Social Psychology, 4th ed., Volume 2, pages 282-316. New York McGraw-Hill. Baston, C.D., Bolin, M.H., Cross, J.A., and Neuringer Benefiel, H.E., 1986. Where is the altruism in the altruistic personality? Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 50, 1, 212-220. Batson, C.D., Chong, J., Orr, R., Roland, J., 2002. Empathy, Attitudes, and Action, Can Feeling for a Member of a Stigmatized Group Motivate One to Help the Group? Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 28, 12, pages 1656-1666. Pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior. 41 Process of social influence. 42 Batson, C.D., Early, S. and Salvarani, G. 1997, Perspective Taking, Imagining How Another Feels versus Imagining How You Would Feel, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 23, 7, 751-58. Batson, C.D., Lishner, L. Doolan, S. Harjazola Webb, E. L. Stocks, S. Gale, O. Hassan, and B. Samput, 2003, As You Would Have Them Do Unto You. Does imagining yourself in the other's place stimulate moral action? Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 29, 4, 1190-201. Batson, C.D., S. C. Simpson, J. L. Hindman, P. D. Cruz, R. M. Todd, J. L. Weeks, G. Jennings, and C. T. Burris, 1996. I've Been There, 2. Effect on Empathy of Prior Experience with a Need. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 22, 5, 474-82. Burscheid, E., Walster, E., and Barnstedt, G. 1973. The Happy American Body, A Survey Report. Psychology Today, 7, 119-131. Bierhoff, H. W., 2002. Prosocial Behavior. Hove, UK, Psychology Press. Bonnet, Iris, and Bruno S. Frey, 1999, Social Distance and Other Regarding Behavior in Dictator Games. Comment, The American Economic Review, 89, 1, 335-39. Burnett, John J., 1981, Psychographic and Demographic Characteristics of Blood Donors, Journal of Consumer Research, 8, 1, 62-66. Butel, A.M., and Johnson, M.K., 2004. Gender and Prosocial Values During Adolescence, A Research Note. Sociological Quarterly, 45, 379-393. Burford, H.C., Foley, L.A., Rollins, P.G., and Rosario, K.S., 1996. Gender Differences in Preschoolers Sharing Behavior. Journal of Social Behavior and Personality, 11, 17-25. Cialdini, R., Kenrick, D., and Bauman, D., 1976. Effects of Mood on Prosocial Behavior in Children and Adults. In N. Eisenberg, ed., The Development of Prosocial Behavior, pages 339-356. New York, Academic Press. Cialdini, R.B., Schaller, M., Houlihan, D., ARPs, K., Foltz, J., and Beeman, A.L., 1987. Empathy-Based Helping, Is It Selflessly or Selfishly Motivated? Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 52, 749-758. Compo, D.R., and Higgins, C.A., 1995. Application of Social Cognitive Theory to Training for Computer Skills. Information Systems Research, 6, 2, 118-43. Christie, C.A., and H. Voigt, 1994, Bystander Responses to Public Episodes of Child Abuse, Journal of Applied Social Psychology, 24, 9, 824-47. Darley, J.M. and Batson, C.D., 1973. From Jerusalem to Jericho, A Study of Situational and Dispositional Variables in Helping Behavior. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 27, 100-108. Darley, J.M. and Ladden, B., 1969. Bystander Apathy. American Scientist, 57, 244-268. DeVito, J.A., 1976. The Interpersonal Communication Book. New York, New York, Harper & Row. DeVideo, J.F., S. L. Gertner, A. Valajic, K. Matoka, B. Johnson, and S. Frazier, 1997, Extending the Benefits of Recategorization, Evaluations, Self-Disclosure, and Helping, Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 33, 401-20. Eagley, A.H., and Crowley, M., 1986. Gender and Helping Behavior, a Meta-Analytic View of the Social Psychological Literature. Psychological Bulletin, 100, 283-308. Eisenberg, N., Cumberland, A., Guthrie, I.K., Murphy, B.C., and Shepard, S.A., 2005. Age Changes in Processual Responding and Moral Reasoning in Adolescence and Early Adulthood. Journal of Research on Adolescence, 15, 235-260. Eisenberg, N., and Fabs, R.A., 1998. Processual Development. In W. Damon, ed., Handbook of Child Psychology, Social, Emotional, and Personality Development, Volume 3, pages 701-778. New York, Wiley. Eisenberg, N., Fabs, R.A., and Spinrad, T.L., 2006. Processual Development. In N. Eisenberg, Volume ed., W. Damon and R. M. Lerner, Series eds, Handbook of Child Psychology, Social, Emotional, and Personality Development, Volume 3, pages 646-718. New York, Wiley. Eisenberg, N., Fabs, R.A., and Spinrad, T.L., 2006. Processual Development. In N. Eisenberg, Volume ed., W. Damon and R. M. Lerner, Series eds, Handbook of Child Psychology, Social, Emotional, and Personality Development, Volume 3, pages 646-718. New York, Wiley. Eisenberg, N., and Musson, P., 1989. The Roots of Processual Behavior in Children. New York, Cambridge University Press. Fabs, R.A., Carlo, G., Kupinoff, K., and Label, D., 1999. Early Adolescence and Processual/Moral Behavior I, The Role of Individual Processes. Journal of Early Adolescence, 19, 5-16. Field D. and Johnson, I., 1993. Satisfaction and Change, A Survey of Volunteers in a Hospice Organization. Social Science and Medicine, 36, 12, 1625-33. Fisher, R.J., and Ackerman, D., 1998. The Effects of Recognition and Group Need on Volunteerism, A Social Norm Perspective. Journal of Consumer Research, 25, 3, 262-75. Flippen, A.R., H. A. Hornstein, W. E. Siegel, and E. A. Whiteman, 1996. A Comparison of Similarity and Interdependence as Triggers for In-Group Formation, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 76, 338-402. Graziano, W. G., Habashi, M. M., Shees, B. E., and Tobin, R. M., 2007. Agreeableness, Empathy, and Helping, A Person X Situation Perspective. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 93, 4, 583-59. Hall, L., 1999. A Comprehensive Survey of Social Behaviors in O.J. Simpson Case, From A to Z Wales, United Kingdom, The Edwin Miller Press. Harrell, W.A., 1978. Physical Attractiveness, Self-Disclosure, and Helping Behavior. The Journal of Social Psychology, 104, 1, 15-17. Hartshorne, H. and May, M.A., 1929. Studies in the Nature of Character, Studies in Service and Self-Control, Volume 2. New York, Macmillan. Pro-Social Behavior and Factors Contributing to Pro-Social Behavior 43 Process of Social Influence 44 Hogg, M.A., and Abrams, D., 1988. Social Identifications, A Social Psychology of Intergroup Relations and Group Processes. London, Routledge. Hogg, M.A., and Terry, D.J., 2000. Social Identity and Self-Categorization Processes in Organizational Contexts. Academy of Management Review, 25, 121-40. Holmgren, R.A., Eisenberg, N., and Fabs, R.A., 1998. The Relations of Children's Situational Empathy-Related Emotions to Dispositional Processual Behavior. International Journal of Behavioral Development, 22, 169-193. Isson, A.M., and Levin, P.F., 1972. Effect of Feeling Good on Helping, Cookies and Kindness. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 21, 384-388. Jackson, M., and Tassac, M.S., 2001. Is processual behavior a good thing? Developmental changes in children's evaluations of helping, sharing, cooperating, and comforting. British Journal of Developmental Psychology, 19, 349-367. Kavusanu, M., Seal, A.R., and Phillips, D.R., 2006. Observed processual and antisocial behaviors in male soccer teams, age differences across adolescence and the role of motivational variables. Journal of Applied Sport Psychology, 18, 326-344. Nafo, A., and Plomin, R., 2006. Parental Discipline and Affection in Children's Processual Behavior, Genetic and Environmental Links. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 90, 147-164. Kogut, T. and Iretov, 2005a, The Identified Victim Effect, an Identified Group, or just a Single Individual, Journal of Behavioral Decision Making, 18, 3, 157-67. Kogut, T. and Iretov, 2005b, The Singularity Effect of Identified Victims in Separate and Joint Evaluations, Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes, 97, 2, 106-16. Cohn, A., 1990. The Brighter Side of Human Nature, Altruism and Empathy in Everyday Life. N.Y., Basic Books. Kramer, R.M., 1993. Cooperation and Organizational Identification. In J.K. Murnyan, ed., Social Psychology in Organizations, Advances in Theory and Research, pages 244-268. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Lawtane, B. and Darley, J. 1970. The Unresponsive Bystander, Why Doesn't He Help? New York, Appleton Century Crofts. Leiter, Stephen, Marcus Mobius, Tanya Rosenblatt and Kwok Ondu. 2009/Directed Altruism and Enforced Reciprocity in Social Networks. Forthcoming in Quarterly Journal of Economics, previously part of NBER Working Paper W13135, earlier version circulated under the title Social Capital and Social Networks. Levine, M., C. Cassidy, G. Brazier, and S. Riker, 2002, Self-Categorization and Bystander Non-Intervention, 2 Experimental Studies, Journal of Applied Social Psychology, 32, 7, 1452-63. Levine, R.V., Norenzayan, A., and Philbrick, K., 2001. Cross-Cultural Differences in Helping Strangers. Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology, 32, 543-560 Lim, K. H. Ward, L.M. and Ben Baysat, I., 1997. An Empirical Study of Computer System Learning, Comparison of CO Discovery and Self-Discovery Methods. Information Systems Research, 8, 3, 254-72. McIntyre A., 1967. Egoism and Altruism. In P. Edwards, ed., The Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Volume 2, pages 462-6. New York Macmillan. Mail, F.A. and Ashforth, B. 1995. Loyal from Day 1, Biodata, Organizational Identification and Turnover Among Newcomers. Personnel Psychology, 48, 2, 309-33. Mannheimer, D.I., G.D. Mellinger, and H.M. Crossley, 1966, A Follow-Up Study of Seat Belt Usage, Traffic Safety Research Review, 10, 2-13. Markey, P.M., 2000. Bystander Intervention in Computer-Mediated Communication. Computers in Human Behavior, 16, 183-188. Meyer, Stephen. 2004 An Economic Analysis of Pro-Social Behavior. Dissertation. McGuire, K.D., and Wise, J.R., 1982. Social Cognition and Behavior Correlates of Pre-Adolescent Chumship. Child Development, 53, 1478-1484. Midlersky, E., 1968. Aiding Responses, An Analysis and Review. Merrill Palmer Quarterly, 14, 229-269. Nelson, T.D., 1999. Motivational Basis of Processual and Altruistic Behavior, A Critical Reappraisal. Journal of Research, 4, 1, 23-31. North, A.C., Tarrant, M., and Hargreaves, D.J., 2004. The Effects of Music on Helping Behavior, A Field Study. Environment and Behavior, 36, 2, 266-275. Omoto, A.M., and Snyder, M., 1995. Sustained Helping Without Obligation, Motivation, Longevity of Service, and Perceived Attitude Change Among AIDS Volunteers. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 68, 4, 671-86. Park, J. H. and Scheller, M., 2005. Does attitude similarity serve as a heuristic cue for kinship? Evidence of an implicit cognitive association. Evolution and Human Behavior, 26, 2, 158-170. Penner, L.A., Davidio, J.F., Pylaeven, J.A., and Schroeder, D.A., 2005. Processual Behavior, Multilevel Perspectives. Annual Reviews of Psychology, 56, 365-392. Pessemire, Edgar A., Albert C. Bemayor, and Dominique Hansens, M., 1977, Willingness to Supply Human Body Parts, Some Empirical Results, The Journal of Consumer Research, 4, 3, 131-40. Pylaeven, J.A., and Charng, H.W. 1990, Altruism, A Review of Recent Theory and Research. Annual Review of Sociology, 16, 27-65. Pylaeven, I.M., Rodin, J.A. and Pylaeven, J., 1969, Good Samaritanism, An Underground Phenomenon? Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 13, 289-299. Pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior 45 Process of social influence 46 Plomin, R., DeFries, J.C., McLearn, G.E. and McGuffin, P. 2001 Behavioral Genetics, 4th ed. New York, New York, W. H. Freeman. Rushton, J.P., 2004, Genetic and Environmental Contributions to Processual Attitudes, A Twin Study of Social Responsibility. PROCRSOCB 271, 2583-2585. Rushton, J.P., Folker, D.W., Neal, M.C., Nias, D.K.B. and Eisenk, H.J., 1986, Altruism and Aggression, the Heritability of Individual Differences. JPERSSOC Psychol 50, 1192-1198. Schiff, M. 1977, Hazard Adjustment, Locus of Control, and Sensation Seeking, Some Null Findings, Environment and Behavior, 9, 233-54. Schmidt, Greg, and Bernard Wiener, 1988, An Attribution Effect Action Theory of Behavior. Replications of Judgments of Help-Giving, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 14, 3, 610-21. Schroeder, D.A., Davidio, J.F., Sibicki, M.E., Matthews, L.L. and Allen, J.L., 1988. Empathic Concern in Helping Behavior, Egoism or Altruism. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 24, 333-353. Small, Deborah A. and George Lowenstein, 2003, Helping a Victim or Helping the Victim, Altruism and Identifiability, Journal of Risk and Uncertainty, 26, 1, 516. Smith, K.D., Keating, J.P., and Stotland, E., 1989. Altruism Reconsidered, The Effect of Denying Feedback on a Victim's Status to Empathic Witnesses. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 57, 4, 641-650. Solomon, L.Z., Solomon, H., and Stone, R., 1978. Helping as a Function of Number of Bystanders and Ambiguity of Emergency. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 4, 318-321. Staub, E., 1971. The Use of Role-Playing and Induction in Children's Learning of Helping and Sharing Behavior. Child Development, 42, 805-816. Staub, E., 1979. Positive Social Behavior and Morality Volume 2. Socialization and Development. New York, Academic Press. Tehfel, H., and Turner, J.C., 1986. The Social Identity Theory of Intergroup Behavior. In S. Werkel and W. G. Austin, eds. Psychology of Intergroup Relations, pages 7-24. Chicago, Nelson Hall. Toy, M. and Batson, C.D., 1982. More Evidence That Empathy is a Source of Altruistic Motivation. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 43, 281-292. Turner, J. C. Hogg, M.A., Oakes, P.J., Riker, S.D., and Wetherell, M.S., 1987. Rediscovering the Social Group, A Self-Categorization Theory. Oxford, UK, Basil Blackwell. Tyler, T.R., 1999. Why People Cooperate with Organizations, An Identity-Based Perspective. Research in Organizational Behavior, 21, 201-46. Wiener, B., 1980, A Cognitive, Attribution, Emotion, Action Model of Motivated Behavior and Analysis of Judgments of Help-Giving, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 39, 186-200. Wenzel, K.R., Berry, C.M., and Caldwell, K., 2004. Friendships in Middle School, Influences on Motivation and School Adjustment. Journal of Educational Psychology, 96, 195-203. Wenzel, K.R., and Caldwell, K., 1997. Friendships, Peer Acceptance, and Group Membership, Relations to Academic Achievement in Middle School. Child Development, 68, 1198-1209. Withy, S.B., 1962. Reaction to Uncertain Threat. In Y. Baker and D.W. Chapman, eds. Man and Society in Disaster. New York, Basic Wyatt, J.M., and Carlo, G., 2002. What will my parents think? Relations among adolescents, expected parental reactions, prosocial moral reasoning and prosocial and antisocial behaviors. Journal of Adolescent Research, 17, 646-666. http://www.education.com/reference/article/prosocial-behavior. Prosocial behavior and factors contributing to prosocial behavior. 47 Process of social influence. 48 Unit 3 Interpersonal attraction structure. 3.0 Introduction. 3.1 Objectives. 3.2 Interpersonal attraction. 3.2.1 Physical attractiveness. 3.2.1.1 Research on physical attractiveness. Stereotype. 3.2.2 Propinquity/proximity. 3.2.2.1 Proximity as an intensifier of sentiments. 3.2.2.2 Increased probability of acquiring information. 3.2.2.3 Hyder's balance theory. 3.2.3 Similarity. 3.2.3.1 Similarity in different aspects. 3.2.3.2 Effect of similarity on interpersonal attraction. 3.2.3.3 Complementarity. 3.2.3.4 Principles of similarity or complementarity. 3.3 Explaining interpersonal attraction. 3.3.1 Social exchange theory. 3.3.2 Evolutionary theories. 3.3.3 The reciprocity of liking rule. 3.3.4 Rewarding reduces anxiety, stress, loneliness, enhancing self-esteem. 3.3.4.1 Liking produced by rewards others provide. 3.3.4.2 Anxiety. 3.3.4.3 Stress. 3.3.4.4 Social isolation. 3.3.4.5 Self-esteem. 3.4 Let us sum up. 3.5 Unit End Questions. 3.6 Suggested readings and references. 3.0 Introduction. Relationships with the individuals around us are key to one's social existence. Any given interaction is characterized by a certain level of intensity, which is conveyed by individual and interpersonal behavior, including the more subtle nonverbal behavioral information of interpersonal attraction. The words like and love, dislike and hate are among the most frequently used in the English language. Everyone knows what is meant by these terms. Therefore, when we state that we feel attracted to a certain person, it is unlikely that we will be asked to define our use of the verb attracted. Interpersonal attraction is the attraction between people which leads to friendships and romantic relationships. The study of interpersonal attraction is a major area of research in social psychology. In this unit we will be discussing how interpersonal attraction is related to how much we like, love, dislike, or hate someone. We will consider interpersonal attraction as a force acting between two people that tends to draw them together and resist their separation. We would also provide the causative factors to interpersonal attraction, as for example similarity, thinking alike, etc. 3.1 Objectives. After completion of this unit, you will be able to L. Define interpersonal attraction, L. Elucidate the factors contributing to interpersonal attraction, L. Analyze interpersonal attraction in the light of different theories, and L. Explain how rewarding or complimenting an interpersonal attraction reduces negative emotions. 3.2 Interpersonal attraction. To the query why it is that a particular person has evoked our positive regard, probably we will reply by making reference to some of the person's good qualities such as the person's honesty, sense of humor, or even the particular hairstyle that the person sports, etc. While explanations referring to qualities which seem to compel admiration are frequently given, it must be kept in mind that interpersonal attraction is much more complicated than such explanations would imply. In some cases, people are attracted to those persons whom they perceive as similar to themselves. The effect is very small for superficial features like clothes or race, but very strong for perceived similarity of attitudes. In certain other cases, we like people who seem to agree with us because A. we think they're smart, B. we will probably get along, and C. they'll probably like us too. To pretend to agree with someone even when you do not really, for the purpose of getting something they can give you, like a job, is called ingratiation. In general, this works best if you pretend to agree in about 70%. Research shows that less is not enough, and more is both suspicious and boring. Interpersonal attraction has been an important topic of research in psychology, because humans are social animals, and attraction serves an important function in forming a social network, which in turn provides security and satisfies people's need to belong to a social group. Baumeister and Bushman, 2008. Interpersonal Attraction 49 Process of Social Influence 50 In assessing the nature of attraction, psychologists have used methods such as questionnaires, survey, and rating scale to determine level of one's attraction toward another. Here, the effects of similarity, social reward, familiarity, and physical attractiveness are examined to see how they impact interpersonal attraction. When measuring interpersonal attraction, one must refer to the qualities of the attracted as well as the qualities of the attractor to achieve predictive accuracy. It is suggested that to determine attraction, personality, and situation must be taken into account. Many factors leading to interpersonal attraction have been studied. The most frequently studied are physical attractiveness, propinquity, familiarity, similarity, complementarity, reciprocal liking, and reinforcement. We will discuss each factor one by one. 3.2.1 Physical attractiveness. Despite the old sayings that beauty is only skin deep and you cannot judge a book by its cover, we tend to operate according to Aristotle's 2000-year-old pronouncement that personal beauty is a greater recommendation than any letter of introduction. One of the most commonly cited factors influencing attraction is physical attractiveness. It is indeed well known that most people show a substantial preference for attractive persons over unattractive others. Baumeister and Bushman, 2008. Perhaps the advantage of good looks and the inferences people make when they see a physically attractive person are the reasons for getting attracted to another person. Studies have shown that when people see an attractive person, they believe that there is more than physical beauty that they see, and they tend to assume certain internal qualities within the person, such as kindness, outgoing, etc. Barakas and Caroli, 1972. To illustrate this factor, let us take the research illustrating this relationship between physical attractiveness and its stereotypes. For instance, a study on popularity among adolescents was carried out by Cavier and Okecki in 1973. They found that when physical attractiveness was compared to perceived attitude similarity, physical attractiveness had a stronger effect on popularity. These findings suggest that individuals' perceptions of attitude similarity with those of others may be strongly influenced by more automatic judgments of physical attractiveness. Such demonstrations of preferential treatment may have significant implications at the level of society, as well. For example, in one jury task simulation experiment, more attractive defendants were found to be evaluated more positively and with less certainty of guilt than were other less attractive defendants. Even though physical attractiveness is unrelated to objective measure of internal qualities such as intelligence and personality, many researches indicate that bias for beauty is pervasive in society. 3.2.1.1 Research on physical attractiveness stereotype. In one of the first studies of the physical attractiveness stereotype, college students were asked to look at pictures of men and women who either were good-looking, average, or homely and to then evaluate their personalities. Results indicated that the students tended to assume that physically attractive persons possessed a host of socially desirable personality traits as compared to those who were unattractive. Consistent with the physical attractiveness stereotype, it was also reported from research that beautiful and handsome characters were significantly more likely to be portrayed as virtuous, romantically active, and successful than their less attractive counterparts. Over the past 35 years, many researchers have examined this stereotype, and two separate meta-analyses of these studies reveal that physically attractive people are perceived to be more sociable, successful, happy, dominant, sexually warm, mentally healthy, intelligent, and socially skilled than those who are unattractive. Although the above findings are based solely on samples from individualistic cultures, the physical attractiveness stereotype also occurs in collectivist cultures, but its content is a bit different. Attractiveness and job-related outcomes. Field and laboratory studies conducted in both individualistic and collectivistic cultures indicate that physical attractiveness does have a moderate impact in a variety of job-related outcomes, including hiring, salary, and promotion decisions. In one representative study, it was found that there was a significant difference between the starting salaries of good-looking men and those with slow average faces. For women, facial attractiveness did not influence their starting salaries, but it did substantially impact their later salaries. Once hired, women who were above average in facial attractiveness typically earned $4,200 more per year than women who were below average in attractiveness. For attractive and unattractive men, this difference in earning power per year was $5,200. Further, although neither height nor weight affected a woman's starting salary, being 20% or more overweight reduced a man's starting salary by more than $2,000. Overall, the research literature informs us that physical appearance does indeed influence success on the job. Alan Feingold, 1992, conducted a meta-analysis of more than 90 studies that investigated whether physically attractive and physically unattractive people actually differed in their basic personality traits. His analysis indicated no significant relationships between physical attractiveness and such traits as intelligence, dominance, self-esteem, and mental health. 3.2.2 Propinquity/proximity. According to Roland Miller's Intimate Relationships text, the propinquity effect can be defined as, the more we see and interact with a person, the more likely he or she is to become our friend or intimate partner. This effect is very similar to the mere exposure effect in that the more a person is exposed to a stimulus, the more the person likes it. However, there are a few exceptions to the mere exposure effect. 3.2.2.1 Proximity as an intensifier of sentiments. A frequently advanced and commonly accepted notion is that propinquity, or proximity, has a strong influence on one's friendship choices. Stated in its simplest form, the proposition is as follows: other things being equal, the closer two individuals are located geographically, the more likely it is that they will be attracted to each other. Studies demonstrating the impact of proximity on friendship choices are so numerous that we will mention only a few. Interpersonal attraction 51 Process of social influence 52 Several investigators have collected data which indicate that students tend to develop stronger friendships with those students who share their classes, or their dormitory or apartment building, or who sit near them, than with those who are geographically located only slightly farther away. Byrne, 1961a. Clerks in a large department store and members of a bomber crew have been found to develop closer relations with those who happen to work next to them than with co-workers a few feet away. Zander and Havlin, 1960. One of the more interesting studies demonstrating the relationship between proximity and friendship choice was conducted by Festinger, Schachter, and Back, 1950. These investigators examined the development of friendships in a new housing project for married students. The housing development studies consisted of small houses arranged in U-shaped courts, such that all except the end houses faced onto a grassy area. The two end houses in each court faced onto the street. Festinger, 1951, arrived at the intriguing conclusion that to a great extent architects can determine the social life of the residents of their projects. He found that the two major factors affecting the friendships which developed were, 1. Sheer distance between houses and, 2. The direction in which a house faced. Friendships developed more frequently between next-door neighbors, less frequently between people whose houses were separated by another house, and so on. As the distance between houses increased, the number of friendships fell off so rapidly that it was rare to find a friendship between persons who lived in houses that were separated by more than 4 or 5 other houses. Festinger, Schachter, and Back also found that architectural feature which brought an individual into proximity with other residents tended to increase that person's popularity. It was found, for example, that the positions of the stairways enabled the residents of the apartments near the entrances and exits of the stairways to make more friends than other residents. Similarly, the position of the mailboxes in each building improved the social life of the residents of the apartment near which they were located. Another interesting finding has been that integrated housing produced increased racial harmony. Deutsch and Collins, 1958, for example, concluded on the basis of their data that integrated housing should be encouraged since such integration helps eradicate racial prejudice. Segregationists, however, have concluded that since the evidence suggests that integration would lead to interracial friendships and race mixing, segregation should be preserved at all costs. 3.2.2.2 Increased probability of acquiring information. What underlies the often obtained relationship between proximity and sentiment? Proximity appears to allow an opportunity to obtain information about the other person and accumulates experience regarding the rewards or punishments one is likely to receive from the other person. Thus, with decreasing distances, sentiments such as likes and dislikes, especially the strong sentiments of love and hate, are not likely to be felt for people about whom we have minimal information and with whom we have had little experience. Hence, if we know the degree of proximity between two people, and do not have knowledge of the content of the information exchange such proximity has made possible, we cannot make a prediction concerning whether a positive sentiment or a negative sentiment will develop. Therefore, one may state that there are a number of factors which may make such a conclusion erroneous. It appears that there is a somewhat greater tendency for proximity to breed attraction than hostility. Newcomb has advanced the hypothesis that proximity should produce positive rather than negative attraction. He argued that when persons interact, the reward-punishment ratio is more often such as to be reinforcing than extinguishing. Newcomb, 1956, p. 576. Thus, he reasons that the information which proximity permits is more likely to be favorable than unfavorable, and that liking, therefore, will more often result from proximity than disliking. Since people are to a great extent dependent upon one another for satisfaction of their needs, it seems probable that individuals generally take care to reward others as much as possible in interaction with them. 3.2.2.3 Hyder's balance theory. The prediction that proximity will more often lead to liking than disliking can be derived from a number of the cognitive consistency theories. It can perhaps be most easily derived from Hyder's 1958 balance theory. The basic tenet of Hyder's theory is that people strive to make their sentiment relationships harmonious with their perception of the unit relationships existent between objects. What does Hyder mean by the phrase sentiment relationships? A sentiment is simply a positive or negative attitude toward someone or something. What does Hyder mean by the phrase unit relationships? Separate entities are said to have a unit relationship when they are perceived as belonging together. The members of a family, for example, are usually perceived as a unit, as are a person and his clothing, and so on. Hyder draws upon the principles of perceptual organization which were formulated by the Gestalt psychologists. The Gestaltists discovered that relationship between objects which is especially likely to lead to unit formation is proximity. Objects which are close together spatially tend to be perceived as a unit. According to Hyder's theory, then, if one perceives that a unit relationship with another exists, e.g., the other is in close proximity, this perception should induce a harmonious sentiment relationship, e.g., liking. To test whether or not unit formation produced by interacting intimately with another increases attraction, Darley and Burscheid, 1967, led college women to expect that they were going to discuss their sexual standards and behavior with another girl, ostensibly participating in the same study. After the expectation of further interaction had been induced, each girl was given 2 folders. One folder was said to contain personality information about her partner, the girl with whom she would converse and exchange information. The other folder was said to contain information about another girl, who would also participate in the study but whom she would never meet. The personality information contained in both folders was designed to produce as ambiguous a picture as possible of the girl described. Half of the subjects believed that the girl described in folder A was their randomly selected discussion partner, the other half believed that the girl described in folder B was their partner. Subjects were instructed to read through both folders, form a general impression of both girls, and then rate each of them along a number of dimensions, including liking. The results of this study clearly indicated that the subjects expressed more liking for the girl who had been designated as their discussion partner than they did for the girl who was not. This study suggests that the factor of proximity, may interpersonal attraction 53 process of social influence 54 produce a feeling of unit formation between two people. This feeling of being in a unit relationship with another may then induce feelings of liking for that person. Knowledge that one will be in close proximity with another may result, then, in an individual's going into an interaction situation with increased liking for the other person prior to the actual interaction and prior to actual knowledge of possible rewards which may be obtained in the interaction. It is interesting that the liking produced by the anticipation of being in close proximity with another may lead a person to voluntarily choose to associate with the other person, even though the original interaction which was anticipated has been cancelled. It was found that even when a subject anticipated interacting with an objectively undesirable person, the attraction induced by the anticipation of close interaction caused subjects to choose voluntarily to interact with that negative person more readily than did people who had not previously anticipated association with that person. Thus one may summarize this section by stating that actual proximity is probably correlated with attraction, or repulsion, because proximity allows one to obtain an increased amount of information about the other person and to experience rewards or punishments from the other. There is some suggestive evidence that proximity in and of itself, apart from any information it may provide about another and apart from any rewards or punishments which the other may administer, may facilitate attraction as a byproduct of the individual's desire for cognitive consistency. 3.2.3 Similarity. The notion of birds of a feather flock together points out that similarity is a crucial determinant of interpersonal attraction. According to Mowry's attraction similarity model, 2007, there is a lay belief that people with actual similarity produce initial attraction. Perceived similarity develops for someone to rate others as similar to themselves in ongoing relationship. Such perception is either self-serving, friendship, or relationship-serving, romantic relationship. Newcomb, 1963, pointed out that people tend to change perceived similarity to obtain balance in a relationship. Additionally, perceived similarity was found to be greater than actual similarity in predicting interpersonal attraction. 3.2.3.1 Similarity in different aspects. Research suggests that interpersonal similarity and attraction are multidimensional constructs in which people are attracted to others who are similar to them in demographics, physical appearance, attitudes, interpersonal style, social and cultural background, personality, interests and activities, preferences, and communication and social skills. A study conducted by Theodore Newcomb, 1963, on college dorm roommates suggested that individuals with shared backgrounds, academic achievements, attitudes, values, and political views became friends. Physical appearance. Irving Goffman, sociologist, suggests that people are more likely to form long-standing relationships with those who are equally matched in social attributes, like physical attractiveness, etc. The study by researchers Walster and Walster supported the matching hypothesis by showing that partners who were similar in terms of physical attractiveness expressed the most liking for each other. Another study also found evidence that supported the matching hypothesis. Photos of dating and engaged couples were rated in terms of attractiveness, and a definite tendency was found for couples of similar attractiveness to date or engage. Mustine et al., 1976. Attitudes. According to the Law of Attraction by Byrne, 1971, attraction towards a person is positively related to the proportion of attitudes similarity associated with that person. It was also raised that the one with similar attitudes as yours was more agreeable with your perception of things and more reinforcing she/he was, so the more you like him/her. Based on the cognitive consistency theories, difference in attitudes and interests can lead to dislike and avoidance. Singh and Ho, 2000, whereas similarity in attitudes promotes social attraction. Singh and Ho, 2000. It was pointed out that attitude similarity activates the perceived attractiveness and favorability information from each other, whereas dissimilarity would reduce the impact of these cues. The studies by Jameson, Lydon, and Zanna, 1987, showed that attitude similarity could predict how people evaluate their respect for each other, and social and intellectual first impressions, which in terms of activity preference similarity and value-based attitude similarity respectively. In intergroup comparisons, high attitude similarity would lead to homogeneity among in-group members, whereas low attitude similarity would lead to diversity among in-group members, promoting social attraction and achieving high group performance in different tasks. Although attitudinal similarity and attraction are linearly related, attraction may not contribute significantly to attitude change. Simons, Berkowitz, and Moyer, 1970. Social and Cultural Background Byrne, Clore, and Werkel, 1966, suggested people with similar economic status are likely to be attracted to each other. Buss and Barnes, 1986, also found that people prefer their romantic partners to be similar in certain demographic characteristics, including religious background, political orientation, and socio-economic status. Personality researchers have shown that interpersonal attraction was positively correlated to personality similarity, Goldman, Rosenzweig, and Lutter, 1980. People are inclined to desire romantic partners who are similar to themselves on agreeableness, conscientiousness, extroversion, emotional stability, openness to experience and attachment style, Clonan and Luo, 2003. Interests and activities. Activity similarity was especially predictive of liking judgments, which affects the judgments of attraction, Leiden, Jameson, and Zanna, 1988. Leiden et al., 1988, claimed that high self-monitoring people were influenced more by activity preference similarity than attitude similarity on initial attraction, while low self-monitoring people were influenced more on initial attraction by value-based attitude similarity than activity preference similarity. Interpersonal attraction 55 Process of social influence 56 Social skills. According to the post-conversation measures of social attraction, tactical similarity was positively correlated with partner satisfaction in global competence ratings, but was uncorrelated with the opinion change and perceived persuasiveness measures. Waldron and Applegate, 1998. 3.2.3.2 Effects of similarity on interpersonal attraction. Similarity has effects on starting a relationship by initial attraction to know each other. It is showed that high attitude similarity resulted in a significant increase in initial attraction to the target person and high attitude dissimilarity resulted in a decrease of initial attraction. Similarity also promotes relationship commitment. Study on heterosexual dating couples found that similarity in intrinsic values of the couple was linked to relationship commitment and stability. Kurtic and Schnapp-Wyatt, 1997. 3.2.3.3 Complementarity. The model of complementarity explains whether birds of a feather flock together or opposites attract. Studies show that complementary interaction between two partners increases their attractiveness to each other. Complementary partners preferred closer interpersonal relationship than non-complementary ones. Couples who reported the highest level of loving and harmonious relationship were more dissimilar in dominance than couples who scored lower in relationship quality. Markey and Markey, 2007. Maithes and Moore, 1985, found that people were more attracted to peers approximating to their ideal self than to those who did not. Specifically, low self-esteem individuals appeared more likely to desire a complementary relationship than high self-esteem people. We are attracted to people who complement to us because this allows us to maintain our preferred style of behavior. Markey and Markey, 2007, and through interaction with someone who complements our own behavior, we are likely to have a sense of self-validation and security. 3.2.3.4 Principles of similarity or complementarity. Principles of similarity and complementarity seem to be contradictory on the surface. In fact, they agree on the dimension of warmth. Both principles state that friendly people would prefer friendly partners. Dreyer and Horowitz, 1997. The importance of similarity and complementarity may depend on the stage of the relationship. Similarity seems to carry considerable weight in initial attraction, while complementarity assumes importance as the relationship develops over time. Markey, 2007, found that people would be more satisfied with their relationship if their partners differed from them, at least, in terms of dominance, as two dominant persons may experience conflicts while two submissive individuals may have frustration as neither member take the initiative. Perception and actual behavior might not be congruent with each other. There were cases that dominant people perceived their partners to be similarly dominant, yet in the eyes of independent observers, the actual behavior of their partner was submissive, in other words, complementary to them. Dreyer 1997. Why do people perceive their romantic partners to be similar to them despite evidence to the contrary? The reason remains unclear. pending further research. 3.3 Explaining interpersonal attraction. 3.3.1 Social exchange theory. People's feelings toward a potential partner are dependent on their perception of rewards and costs, the kind of relationships they deserve, and their likelihood for having a healthier relationship with someone else. Rewards are the part of a relationship that makes it worthwhile and enjoyable. A cost is something that can cause irritation, like a friend overstaying his welcome. Comparison level is also taken into account during a relationship. This suggests that people expect rewards or costs depending on the time invested in the relationship. If the level of expected rewards is minimal and the level of costs is high, the relationship suffers and both parties may become dissatisfied and unhappy. Lastly, the comparison of alternatives means that satisfaction is conditional on the chance that a person could replace the relationship with a more desirable one. 3.3.2 Evolutionary theories. The evolutionary theory of human interpersonal attraction states that opposite-sex attraction most often occurs when someone has physical features indicating that he or she is very fertile. Considering that the primary purpose of conjugal/romantic relationships is reproduction, it would follow that people invest in partners who appear very fertile, increasing the chance of their genes being passed down to the next generation. This theory has been criticized because it does not explain relationships between same-sex couples or couples who do not want children, although this may have something to do with the fact that whether one wants children or not, one is still subject to the evolutionary forces which produce them. Another evolutionary explanation suggests that fertility in a mate is of greater importance to men than to women. According to this theory, a woman places significant emphasis on a man's ability to provide resources and protection. The theory suggests that these resources and protection are important in ensuring the successful raising of the woman's offspring. The ability to provide resources and protection might also be sought because the underlying traits are likely to be passed on to male offspring. Evolutionary theory also suggests that people whose physical features suggest they are healthy are seen as more attractive. The theory suggests that a healthy mate is more likely to possess genetic traits related to health that would be passed on to offspring. People's tendency to consider people with facial symmetry more attractive than those with less symmetrical faces is one example. However, a test was conducted that found that perfectly symmetrical faces were less attractive than normal faces. It has also been suggested that people are attracted to faces similar to their own. Case studies have revealed that when a photograph of a woman was superimposed to include the features of a man's face, the man whose face was superimposed almost always rated that picture the most attractive. This theory is based upon the notion that we want to replicate our own features in the next generation, as we have survived thus far with such features and have instinctive survival wishes for our children. Another, non-evolutionary, explanation given for the results of that study was that the man whose face was superimposed may have consciously or subconsciously associated the photographically altered female face with the face of his mother or other family member. Interpersonal attraction. 57 Process of social influence. 58 Evolutionary theory also suggests that love keeps two people together so that they can raise a child. Love keeps two people together, and this would help raise a child. For example, a man and a woman who love each other would be together and work together to raise a child. Back in the tribal days when much of human evolution took place, it would probably require two people to successfully raise an offspring, and a mother with a supporting partner would probably have more surviving offspring than a mother who does not have such a partner. Thus, people with the ability to form love would produce more offspring than those without that ability. And these offspring would have the genes for love. Thus, the genes for love would become common, and that is why most people today have the ability to love. 3.3.3 The reciprocity of liking rule. A naive observer from another culture would have little trouble discovering one reward which people in our society spend a tremendous amount of time, money, and effort to obtain. Just a brief glance at a few television commercials would reveal that the desire for the esteem of others must be a very strong and pervasive motivation, for it is often exploited by those who have something to sell. Countless everyday observations provide a great deal of evidence that we value highly the esteem of others and will work hard to obtain this reward. If esteem is indeed a reward, and if it is true that we tend to like those who reward us, it follows that we should like people who like us. The proposition that esteem will be reciprocated can be derived from several psychological theories. Theorists who take the reinforcement point of view reason that the most general determinants of interpersonal esteem are reciprocal rewards and punishments. Some of these theorists, e.g., Homans, 1961, have specifically noted that one type of reward to which people are extremely responsive is social approval or esteem. Like money, social approval is viewed as a generalized, transituational reinforcer because it has the power to reinforce a wide variety of human activities. For example, many experimenters have demonstrated that if one merely nods his head and murmurs approval each time his discussion partner utters a plural noun, he can dramatically increase the frequency with which the recipient of that reward will pepper his discourse with plural nouns, e.g., Delaney, 1961. Stronger demonstrations of approval, such as the roar of the crowd or another's love for oneself, frequently influence lifetimes of activity. Social approval, again like money, is valuable because its possession makes one reasonably confident that a number of his needs will be satisfied. A lack of social approval often indicates that many of one's needs, those which require the goodwill and cooperation of others for satisfaction, will be frustrated. In addition to the reinforcement theorists, cognitive consistency theorists also make the reciprocal liking prediction. Hyder's balance theory, 1958, for example, predicts that if person A likes X, himself, and person B likes X, person A cognitively balanced state in which person A likes person B will be induced. Many correlational data, obtained from a wide variety of psychological studies, have been cited in support of the reciprocal liking proposition, e.g., Newcomb, 1963. These data provide evidence that individuals tend to believe that the people they like reciprocate their liking. If it is true that we like people who like us, we would expect to find such a correlation. Taken alone, however, these data do not provide conclusive evidence for reciprocity of liking. Either one of two processes, or both, could be responsible for the observed correlation between the extent to which we feel another likes us and the extent to which we like him. 1. A person may come to like another and then, as a consequence of his liking, come to perceive that the other person likes him. In such a case, the liking for the other is not induced by the other person's providing the reward of esteem, but rather by some other determinant of interpersonal attraction. 2. One may become attracted to another as a consequence of his discovery that the other person likes him. Such a process would support the notion that esteem constitutes a reward, and we are attracted to people who give such a reward. 3.3.4 Rewarding reduces anxiety, stress, loneliness, and enhances self-esteem as a strategy of interpersonal attraction. If one person in the interaction rewards the other for anything the latter has done, it enhances the interpersonal relationship. In the process, it also reduces many of the negative emotional states of the person concerned. This is being discussed in detail below. 3.3.4.1 Liking produced by rewards others provide the psychological principle which is most frequently used to predict interpersonal attraction is the principle of reinforcement. We will like those who reward us, we will dislike those who punish us. Several theorists have elaborated upon the relationship between reinforcement and interpersonal attraction. For example, Homans, 1961, theory rests largely on the general proposition that a necessary condition for receiving esteem from others is the capacity to reward them. He hypothesizes further that a man's esteem depends upon the relative rarity of the services he provides. If we take a larger look at the ways in which a man may help others, if he has capacities of heart, mind, skill, experience, or even strength that they do not have, and uses these capacities to reward others, he will get esteem from them. But if his capacities are of a kind that they also possess, or if these capacities are widely available in the group, he will not get much esteem even if he uses them in such a way as to reward the others. In other words, there are, according to Homans, rewards and rewards. One who provides rewards which are in short supply is more likely to evoke attraction than one who provides rewards which are relatively common. Homans considers the costs as well as the rewards one can incur in a relationship and introduces the concept of profit. Profit is simply defined as the amount of reward a person receives from an interaction minus the cost he incurs in that interaction. The amount of social approval, or esteem, one has for another is hypothesized to be a function of the profit one obtains from one's interactions with the other. According to these theorists, then, how much a person will be attracted to another depends upon whether the outcomes the person obtains from the other are above or below his comparison level, CL. If the outcomes in a given relationship surpass the CL, that relationship is regarded as a satisfactory one. And, to the degree the outcomes are supra-CL, the person may be said to be attracted to the relationship. If the outcomes endured are infra-CL, the person is dissatisfied and unhappy with the relationship. Lott and Lott, 1961, extending Hullian learning theory to apply to the case of interpersonal attraction, have reasoned that a person should come to like not only interpersonal attraction 59 process of social influence 60 those who provide rewards, but also those who have nothing to do with providing rewards, but are merely physically present when the individual receives rewards. They have reasoned that, like any other response to a reward becomes conditioned to all discriminable stimuli present at the time of reinforcement. Another person, of course, may be a discriminable stimulus. To test whether or not one tends to like those who just happen to be present at the time one receives a reward, Lott and Lott formed 3-member groups of children. Each group then played a game in which some members of the group were rewarded and other members were not. Following participation in the game, sociometric tests were administered to the children. Specifically, the children were asked which 2 children in the class they would choose to take with them on their next family vacation. The results of some studies indicated that children who had been rewarded chose members of their 3-person groups, who were present at the time of reward, significantly more often than unrewarded children chose members of their 3-person groups. Thus, Lott and Lott concluded that the reward of success in the game had been conditioned to the other members of the group, and this led to increased esteem for these members. Results of this study were corroborated by a subsequent study conducted by James and Lott, 1964. While it is generally accepted that we will like those who reward us and dislike those who punish us, we must note that this statement does not, to any great extent, increase predictability in the area of interpersonal attraction. We have no equation which will permit us to add up all the rewards a stimulus person will provide and balance them against the punishment which he will inflict, and thus arrive at a total reward index which will tell us how much others will like him. A multitude of things may be rewarding or punishing to any individual at a given time. In addition, it is often the case that one man's meat is another man's poison. Individuals differ in what they find to be rewarding or punishing. Since it is so difficult to calculate what one individual at one point in time will find rewarding, researchers in interpersonal attraction have been led to consider which behaviors and events most people, most of the time, will find rewarding. By considering some of the specific behaviors that have been found to be rewarding or punishing to people in a number of different situations, that is, behaviors which appear to be trans-situational reinforcers, some predictive insight into interpersonal attraction has been gained. 3.3.4.2 Anxiety. There is much evidence that when individuals feel anxious, afraid, lonely, or unsure of themselves, the sheer presence of others is particularly rewarding. Try an experiment. Come to class a few minutes early on a regular school day. You will probably find that few of your classmates approach you. Then, sometime when an exam is scheduled in one of your classes, arrive a few minutes early. You may be surprised to see the number of classmates who approach you with friendly remarks or joking comments. There is a good psychological explanation for the observation that students seem friendlier on days when an exam is scheduled than on days when one is not. Schachter, 1959, tested the hypothesis that anxiety conditions will lead to an increased affiliative tendency. He recruited college women to participate in an experiment. When they arrived in the experimental rooms, the experimenter claimed that his investigation was concerned with the effects of electric shock. The description of the shock experiment was designed to make some of the women highly anxious, while leaving the remainder of the women calm. Specifically, anxiety was produced in the following way. In the high anxiety condition, the subjects entered a room to find facing them a gentleman of serious mien, wearing horn-rimmed glasses, dressed in a white laboratory coat, stethoscope dribbling out of his pocket, behind him an array of formidable electrical junk. After a few preliminaries, the experimenter began. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Gregor Zilstein of the Medical School's Departments of Neurology and Psychiatry. I have asked you all to come today in order to serve as subjects in an experiment concerned with the effects of electrical shock. To make matters worse, the series of electric shocks the girls were to receive were described as extremely painful. In the low anxiety condition, both the setting and the description of the experiment were designed to avoid arousing anxiety in the subjects. There was no electrical apparatus in the experimental room. The experimenter explained that he was concerned with extremely mild electrical shocks that would not in any way be painful. The shocks were said to resemble more a tickle or a tingle than anything unpleasant. Once some women had been made more anxious than others, Schachter could examine how anxiety affected their desire to be with other individuals. He assessed subjects' desire to affiliate in the following way. The experimenter claimed that there would be about a 10-minute delay while several pieces of equipment were secured. Subjects were told that during the 10-minute break they could wait in a private cubicle. These rooms were said to be comfortable and spacious, they all contained armchairs and there were books and magazines in each room. The experimenter also commented that some of them might want to wait with other girls. If they preferred to wait with others, they were asked to let the experimenter know. He then passed out a sheet upon which the subject could indicate whether she preferred to wait alone, or with others, or had no preference at all. Schachter found support for his hypothesis that anxious people will be especially inclined to seek the company of others. 63% of the subjects in the high anxiety condition wanted to wait with other subjects. In the low anxiety condition only 33% of subjects wished to wait with others. Schachter had also asked girls to indicate how strongly they desired to be alone or with others. They could give answers varying from I very much prefer being alone, scored -2, through I don't care very much, 0, to I very much prefer being together with others, scored +2. These data also support the notion that affiliative desire increases with anxiety. The finding that the anticipation of stress produces an increased desire to affiliate has been replicated by Darley and Aronson, 1966. While anxiety appears to increase an individual's need for affiliation, there is evidence that anxious individuals are selective about the others with whom they wish to affiliate. Anxious people apparently do not wish to be in the company of just any other person. Instead, anxious individuals seem to prefer to associate with people who are in a situation similar to their own. Schachter bases this conclusion on a study which is similar in many ways to the experiment just described. Two groups of college women were led to anticipate that they would soon be severely shocked. Then they were asked whether they interpersonal attraction 61 process of social influence 62 preferred to wait alone or with others. How the others were described varied. In one condition girls were given a choice between waiting alone or waiting with some girls who were said to be taking part in the same experiment. In the other condition, girls were told they could either wait alone or with girls who were waiting to talk to their professors and advisors. 60% of the girls who had a chance to visit with similar others chose to spend their time in the company of others. Not one girl who was given the option of waiting with girls who were waiting to talk with their professors chose to wait with others. Scores on the overall intensity scale revealed the same results. Girls did not seem to be especially anxious to associate with other girls unless these other girls were in a situation similar to their own. Schachter notes that this finding puts a limitation on the old saw misery loves company. Perhaps misery doesn't love just any kind of company, only miserable company. Once we accept the proposition that when individuals are anxious they have a special desire to affiliate with people in situations similar to their own, the question arises as to why this would be so. Schachter considers several possibilities. 1. Escape. When one is in a stressful situation, perhaps he anticipates that talking to others in the same situation may help him figure out a way to avoid the pain altogether. 2. Cognitive clarity. There is some evidence that individuals in ambiguous or novel situations will desire to talk with knowledgeable others in order to gain some understanding of an otherwise incomprehensible event. Since receiving severe shock in an experimental setting is probably unique in the subject's experience, perhaps anxious subjects desire to associate with others in order to find out if the others know any more about what is going on than they do. 3. Direct anxiety reduction. People often comfort and reassure one another. Perhaps highly anxious subjects choose to wait with others in the hope that the others will bolster their courage. 4. Indirect anxiety reduction. An effective device for reducing anxiety is to get one's mind off one's troubles. People may be seen as more diverting than books or magazines. Perhaps subjects choose to wait with others in order to prevent themselves from thinking about the shock which will be forthcoming. 5. Self-evaluation. People often use other people in order to evaluate the reasonableness of their own emotions and feelings. In this novel and emotion-producing situation, an individual probably is not quite sure exactly how she should be reacting. Should she be angry at the experimenter? Slightly apprehensive about the shock? Terrified? Perhaps high-anxiety subjects seek out others in an attempt to appropriately label and identify their own feelings. 3.3.4.3 Stress. There is some evidence that individuals who are placed in a stressful situation show less severe physiological disturbance if other individuals are present than if they are not. Bovard, 1959, developed an intriguing and compelling theory concerning the effect of social stimuli on an individual's physiological response to stress. A number of recent studies have suggested a reciprocal inhibitory effect between the posterior hypothalamus and the anterior hypothalamus and parasympathetic centers. Stimulation of the latter region would appear to inhibit activity of the former. The simplest hypothesis to account for the observed phenomena at the human and animal levels is, therefore, that the presence of another member of the same species stimulates activity of the anterior hypothalamus and thus, as a byproduct, inhibits activity of the posterior hypothalamus and its centers, mediating the neuroendocrine response to stress. Previous interaction with the other person or animal, as the case may be, could be assumed to accentuate this effect. The evidence that the presence of others may help eliminate an individual's discomfort when he is experiencing stress, provides an additional reason why individuals might learn to affiliate with others in stressful circumstances. 3.3.4.4 Social isolation. There is evidence that even when not under stressful conditions, people prefer a fair amount of contact with others to being alone for any length of time. The strength of the desire for social intercourse with others was dramatically demonstrated by the results of a social reform experiment conducted in the early 19th century. At this time, one of the great prison architects was John Haviland. As the result of the Quakers' religious beliefs and the upsurge of humanitarianism, an attempt was made in 1821 to reform the prison system. Haviland was commissioned to build a perfect and humanitarian prison. The Quaker reformers noticed that mingling among prison inmates produced strong friendships among the inmates, which caused them to continue their friendships after being released. Such friendships among ex-criminals tended to lead ex-criminals back into a life of crime. In the Humanitarian Reformation, it was decided to prevent contact among the prisoners. It was thought that total social isolation would prevent harmful corruption, protect the criminal's good resolutions, and give him ample opportunity to ponder on his mistakes and make his peace with God. Haviland's architectural design, which provided for solitary confinement day and night, was extremely popular with prison commissioners, and a great many prisons imitated this style. The wardens, however, soon found that great ingenuity had to be adopted to prevent prisoners from talking. For example, new ventilation systems had to be designed, for prisoners soon found that the regular systems could be utilized for purposes of communication. Ultimately, the policy of social isolation was found to produce undesirable results. The fact that many inmates became physically and mentally ill as a result of their solitary confinement and their lack of work eventually forced a change of policy. Current psychological knowledge would have enabled us to foresee this outcome. By early childhood, a person has usually developed a need for the company of people. Complete social isolation for any prolonged period of time is known to be a painful experience. Cabin fever is a familiar expression which epitomizes the discomfort that even brief social isolation brings. Schachter points out that the autobiographical reports of religious hermits, prisoners of war, make it clear that isolation is devastating. He notes that 3 trends have been found to characterize the experience of individuals enduring absolute social deprivation. 1. The reported pain of the isolation experience seems typically to bear a non-monotonic relationship to time. Pain increases to a maximum in many cases and then decreases sharply. This decrease in pain is frequently marked by onset of the state of apathy, sometimes so severe as to resemble a schizophrenic state. Interpersonal attraction 63, process of social influence 64, of withdrawal and detachment. 2. There seems to be a stronger tendency for those in isolation to think, dream, and occasionally to hallucinate about people. 3. Those isolates who are able to keep themselves occupied with distracting activities appear to suffer less and to be less prone to develop apathy. The data support the conclusion that complete social isolation is more unpleasant than normal human contact. It is evident that others provide some reward by their sheer physical presence, they stave off loneliness. 3.3.4.5 Self-esteem. What effect does an individual's self-esteem have on his reaction to accepting or rejecting others? Clinicians seem to agree that a high self-esteem person is more receptive to another's love than is an individual with lower self-esteem. For example, Rogers, 1951, says that the person who accepts himself will have better interpersonal relations with others. Adler, 1926, adds that those who themselves feel inferior depreciate others. Horney, 1939, views love as a capacity. She sees love of self and love of others as positively related. Fromm, 1939, too, agrees with this notion. Studies supporting a positive relationship between self-esteem and liking or acceptance for others are reported in Wake, 1954. These studies support the contention that there is a positive relationship between self-esteem and liking. A different prediction was made by Ditz, 1959. He hypothesized that approval from other people would be especially rewarding to individuals low in self-esteem. He argued that a person's attraction towards membership in a group, like motivational attraction toward any object, may be considered a function of 2 interacting determinants, a. the extent to which his particular needs are satisfied by the group, and b. the strength of his needs. Ditz assumed that the lower the level of one's own self-esteem, the greater would be his need for such supports to self-esteem as are provided by acceptance in a group. From this assumption, Ditz predictions can be clearly derived. 1. When another person is accepting, he satisfies a greater need in a low self-esteem person than in a high self-esteem person. Thus, acceptance should produce a greater increase in attraction the lower the self-esteem of the recipient. 2. When the other person is rejecting, he frustrates a greater need in the low self-esteem person than in the high self-esteem person. Thus rejection should decrease the other's attractiveness more, the lower the self-esteem of the recipient. An experimental study provided support for Ditz's proposal. Subjects were college freshmen, who met in small groups of 5 or 6 members for a 2-hour discussion task session. An attempt was made to make the group very attractive. During the first hour of discussion, the group's conversation was interrupted 3 times to allow subjects to rate the desirability of having each of the other members in the group. These ratings were requested by the experimenter as though they were for his own interest. At an intermission, the subject's interest in these ratings was aroused and he was allowed to see privately what he believed to be the ratings of desirability made of him by other members of the group. Actually, the distributed ratings were fictitious, and had been prepared in advance to lead some subjects, those in the satisfying condition, to believe that they were highly accepted by the group, and to lead others, those in the frustrating condition, to believe that the group rejected them. After some additional tasks had been performed, the subject's own attraction to the group was assessed. Individuals were asked if the group met again, how much they would like to continue working with it, how much they enjoyed participating in the experiment, and how disappointed would they be if not invited back to participate. Scores on these questions were summed to form an index of the subject's attraction to the group. Ditz measured self-esteem in 3 ways. 1. Before the experimental session, subjects completed a self-esteem questionnaire, 2. At the end of the session, they were asked about their general sense of adequacy among groups of peers. Since the acceptance manipulation would be expected to affect answers to this question, subjects' scores were computed separately in each experimental condition. 3. Subjects were rated by the other individuals in the group. The ratings they received were considered to be indicative of their own self-esteem. The extent to which the subject believed he had been accepted by the group had a much greater effect on whether or not he reciprocated the group's liking when his self-esteem was low than when it was high. 3.4 Let us sum up. Both personal characteristics and environment play a role in interpersonal attraction. A major determinant of attraction is propinquity, or physical proximity. People who come into contact regularly and have no prior negative feelings about each other generally become attracted to each other as their degree of mutual familiarity and comfort level increases. The situation in which people first meet also determines how they will feel about each other. One is more likely to feel friendly toward a person first encountered in pleasant, comfortable circumstances. People are generally drawn to each other when they perceive similarities with each other. The more attitudes and opinions two people share, the greater the probability that they will like each other. It has also been shown that disagreement on important issues decreases attraction. One of the most important shared attitudes is that liking and disliking the same people creates an especially strong bond between two individuals. The connection between interpersonal attraction and similar attitudes is complex because once two people become friends, they begin to influence each other's attitudes. In conclusion, people tend to be attracted to individuals who are physically attractive, physically accessible, and socially available, and similar in terms of purposes, backgrounds, beliefs, and needs. However, interpersonal attraction is not the only factor that affects the building of a strong and healthy relationship. A good relationship requires communication and the ability to adapt to one another. 3.5 Unit End Questions 1. Define the term interpersonal attraction and discuss its significance in our life. 2. Describe the salient factors that contribute in the development of interpersonal attraction. 3. Why do people attracted towards others as they do? Critically evaluate. Interpersonal attraction. 65 Process of social influence. 66 3.6 Suggested readings. Aronson, E., Wilson, T.D., and Eckert, R.M., 2010. Social Psychology, 7th ed. Upper Adel River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Barron, R.A., Branscombe, N.R., and Byrne, D., 2009. Social Psychology, 12th ed. Boston, Ma, Pearson/Allen and Bacon Baumeister, R.F. and Bushman, B., 2008. Social Psychology and Human Nature, 1st edition. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. Burscheid, Ellen, Walster, Elaine H., 1969. Interpersonal Attraction. Addison Wesley Publishing Co. Byrne, D., 1971. The Attraction Paradigm. New York, Academic Press. References: Adler, A. The Neurotic Constitution. New York, Dodd, Mead, 1926. Back, K.W. and M.D. Bogdanov. Plasma Lipid Responses to Leadership, Conformity, and Deviation. In P. H. Leiderman and D. Shapiro, eds. Psychobiological Approaches to Social Behavior. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1964, 36-39. Bachman, C.W. and P.F. Secord. The Effect of Perceived Liking on Interpersonal Attraction, Hum. REL, 1959, 12, 379-384. Barakas, R. and Caroli, P. 1972. Effects of Physical Appearance on Social Responsiveness. Psychology Reports 31:772-781. Bovard, E.W. The Effects of Social Stimuli on the Response to Stress, Psychology Revelation, 1959, 66, 267-277. Buss, D.M., and Barnes, M. 1986. Preferences in Human Mate Selection. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 50, 3, 559-570. Byrne, D., Clore, G. L.J. and Werkel, P. 1966. Effect of Economic Similarity to Similarity on Interpersonal Attraction. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 4, 2, 220-224. Byrne, D. A. The Influence of Propinquity and Opportunities for Interaction on Classroom Relationships, Hum. REL 1961, 14, 63-70. Cavier, N. and Okecki, P. 1973. Physical Attractiveness, Perceived Attitude Similarity, and Academic Achievement as Contributors to Interpersonal Attraction Among Adolescents. Developmental Psychology 9, 144-54. Darley, J. M. and E. Aronson, Self-Evaluation versus Direct Anxiety Reduction as Determinants of the Fear Affiliation Relationship, JEXPSOC Psychology Supple, 1966, 1,66-79. Darley, J. M. and E. Burscheid, Increased Liking as a Result of the Anticipation of Personal Contact, Hum. REL, 1967, 20, 29-40. Deutsch, M. and M. E. Collins, The Effect of Public Policy in Housing Projects Upon Interracial Attitudes, in Eleanor Maccoby, T. M. Newcomb, and E. L. Hartley, eds, Readings in Social Psychology, 3rd ed. New York, Holt, 1958,612-623. Ditz, J. E. Attractiveness of Group as Function of Self-Esteem and Acceptance by Group, JABN. SOC Dreyer, D.C. N.H., L.M., 1997. When Do Opposites Attract? Interpersonal Complementarity versus Similarity. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 72, 592-603. Delaney, D.E., Junior Hypotheses and Habits in Verbal Operant Conditioning, JABN. SOC Psychology, 1961, 63, 251-263. Festinger, L. Architecture and Group Membership, JSOCISS, 1951, 1, 152,163. Festinger, L. S. Schachter, and K. Back. Social Pressures in Informal Groups, A Study of Human Factors in Housing. New York, Harper, 1950. Fromm, E. Selfishness and Self-Love, Psychiatry, 1939, 2, 507-523. Gerard, E. O. Medieval Psychology, Dogmatic Aristotelianism or Observational Empiricism, J. History Behave. Sci. 1966, 2, 315-329. Goldman, J. A., Rosenzweig, C. M. and Lutter, A. D., 1980. Effect of Similarity of Ego Identity Status on Interpersonal Attraction. Journal of Youth and Adolescence, 9, 2, 153-162. Hyder, F. 1958. The Psychology of Interpersonal Relations. Wiley, Homans, G. C. Social Behavior, Its Elementary Forms. New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1961. Horney, K. 1939, New Ways in Psychoanalysis. New York, Norton. Houston, T. and Levinger, G. 1978. Interpersonal Attraction and Relationships. Annual Reviews 29:115-56. James, A. and A. J. Lott, Reward Frequency and the Formation of Positive Attitudes Toward Group Members, JSOC Psychology, 1964, 62, 111-115. Jameson, D. W. Leiden, J. E., and Zana, M. P., 1987. Attitude and activity preference similarity, differential bases of interpersonal attraction for low and high self-monitors. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 53, 6, 1052-1060. Clonan, E.C., and Luo, S., 2003, Interpersonal Attraction and Personality, What is Attractive? Self-similarity, ideal similarity, complementarity, or attachment security. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 85, 709-722. Kurdik, L.A., and Schnapp-Wyatt, D., 1997. Predicting Relationship Commitment and Relationship Stability from Both Partners' Relationship Values, Evidence from Heterosexual Dating Couples. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 23, 10, 1111-1119. Interpersonal Attraction 67 Process of Social Influence 68 Lot, AJ and BE Lot. Group Cohesiveness, Communication Level, and Conformity, JABN. SOC Psychology, 1961, 62, 408-412. Leiden, J.E., Jameson, D.W., and Zana, M.P., 1988. Interpersonal Similarity and the Social and Intellectual Dimensions of First Impressions. Social Cognition, 6, 4, 269-286. Markey, P.M., and Markey, C.N., 2007, Romantic Ideals, Romantic Obtainment, and Relationship Experiences, The Complementarity of Interpersonal Traits Among Romantic Partners. Journal of Social and Personal Relationships, 24, 4, 517-533. Mays, E.W., and Moore, C.L., 1985. Reich's Complementarily Theory of Romantic Love. The Journal of Social Psychology, 125, 321-327. Mowry, M.M., 2007. Relationship Satisfaction as a Predictor of Perceived Similarity Among Cross-Sex Friends, a Test of the Attraction Similarity Model. Journal of Social and Personal Relationships, 24, 117-138. Mistine, Bernard I., Patricia Christie, October 1976. Physical Attractiveness and Marriage Adjustment in Middle-Aged Couples. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Newcomb, T.M., 1963. Stability's Underlying Changes in Interpersonal Attraction. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 66, 4, 376-386. Umwake, Catherine. The relationship between acceptance of self and acceptance of others shown by 3 personality inventories, JCONS Psychology, 1954, 18,443446. Osorio, P.G. and K.E. Davis. The Self, Intentionality and Reactions to Evaluations of the Self, in C. Gordon and K. J. Gergen, eds, Self in Society. New York, Wiley, 1966. Psychology, 1959, 59, 77-82. Rogers, C.R. Client-Centered Therapy. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1951. Schachter, S. The Psychology of Affiliation. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1959. Simons, H.W., Berkowitz, N.N., and Moyer, R.J., 1970. Similarity, Credibility, and Attitude Change, A Review and a Theory. Psychological Bulletin, 73, 1, 1-16. Singh, R. and Ho, S.Y., 2000. Attitudes and Attraction, A New Test of the Attraction, Repulsion, and Similarity-Dissimilarity Asymmetry Hypotheses. British Journal of Social Psychology, 39, 2, 197-211. Tagieri, R. Social Preference and Its Perception, in R. Tagieri and L. Petrullo, eds. Person perception and interpersonal behavior. Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1958, 316-336. Thibaut, J.W. and H. Kelly. The Social Psychology of Groups. New York, Wiley & Sons, 1959, 89-99. Waldron, V.R., and Applegate, J.L., 1998. Similarity in the use of person-centered tactics, effects on social attraction and persuasiveness in dyadic verbal disagreements. Communication Reports, 11, 2, 155-165. Zander, A. and A. Havlin. Social Comparison and Interpersonal Attraction, Hum. REL, 1960, 13, 21-32. Unit 4 Aggression and Violence Structure 4.0 Introduction 4.1 Objectives 4.2 Nature and Types of Aggression 4.2.1 Clinical Classification 4.2.2 Instrumental versus Hostile Aggression 4.2.3 Proactive and Reactive Aggression 4.2.4 Positive versus Negative Aggression 4.3 The Measurement of Aggression 4.4 Causes of Aggressive Behavior 4.4.1 Neurophysiologic Perspectives 4.4.2 Biological Causes 4.4.2.1 Brain Dysfunction 4.4.2.2 Testosterone 4.4.2.3 Serotonin 4.4.2.4 Nutrition Deficiency 4.4.3 Environment and Genes 4.4.4 Parental Rearing Style 4.4.5 Parent-Child Interaction Pattern 4.4.6 Parental Influence on Children's Emotions and Attitudes 4.4.7 Difficulties with Friends and at School 4.4.8 Predisposing Child Characteristics 4.4.9 Environmental Stressors 4.4.9.1 Temperature 4.4.9.2 Crowding 4.4.9.3 Noise 4.5 Theories of Aggression 4.5.1 Psychodynamic Theory 4.5.2 Frustration Aggression Theory 4.5.3 Cognitive Neo-Association Theory 4.5.4 Social Learning Theory 4.5.5 Script Theory 4.5.6 Excitation Transfer Theory 4.5.7 Social Interaction Theory 4.5.8 Social Information Processing Theories 4.5.9 General Aggression Model Aggression and Violence 69 Process of Social Influence 74.6 Intervention to Reduce Aggression 4.6.1 Parent Training Programs for Reducing Antisocial Behavior in Children 4.6.2 Developing a Program 4.6.3 Training Using Videotapes 4.6.4 Other Training Programs 4.6.5 Failure of Parent Training 4.6.6 Management of Hyperactivity 4.6.7 Interventions at Schools 4.7 Let us sum up 4.8 Unit End Questions 4.9 Suggested Readings and References 4.0 Introduction Human aggression is any behavior directed toward another individual that is carried out with the proximate, immediate, intent to cause harm. In addition, the perpetrator must believe that the behavior will harm the target, and that the target is motivated to avoid the behavior. Bushman and Anderson 2001, Barron and Richardson 1994, Berkowitz 1993, Geen 2001. Aggression is the delivery of an aversive stimulus from one person to another, with intent to harm and with an expectation of causing such harm, when the other person is motivated to escape or avoid the stimulus. When we hear the word aggression, we probably tend first to think of physical force, a fist fight, an assault with a weapon, a loud verbal retort or some other form of intense and punitive action enacted in the course of conflict between two people. Actually, according to the definition we have adopted, aggression may be carried out in any behavior actuated by intent to harm another person against that person's wishes. Spreading vicious gossip about someone in hopes of ruining that person's reputation would be considered aggression. In this unit we will be dealing with nature and type of aggression, and learn how to measure aggression. Following this we will learn about causes of aggression from various perspectives including biologic, neurophysiologic and social perspective. Whether aggressive behavior is in any way related to parental rearing style and the influence of parental attitudes on children. Also there will be environmental stressors and the unit will take up all the theories of aggression. Finally, the unit will talk about the interventions to prevent aggression. 4.1 Objectives. After successful completion of this unit, you will to be able to L. Define aggression, L. Differentiate between various types of aggression, L. Analyze the various causes of aggression, L. Explain aggression in the light of different theories, and L. Explain effective techniques to reduce aggression. 4.2 Nature and types of aggression. Apart from physical violence against the body of other humans, there may also be verbal abuse and verbal assault, etc., which all can be considered as aggression. In addition, damaging or destroying another's property can be a highly effective way of aggressing against another person. Even something as subtle and controlled as a social snub can be a powerful source of harm to the victim, a harm that is clearly intended by the person delivering it. Accidental harm is not aggressive because it is not intended. Harm that is an incidental byproduct of helpful actions is also not aggressive, because the harm doer believes that the target is not motivated to avoid the action, e.g., pain experienced during a dental procedure. Similarly, the pain administered in sexual masochism is not aggressive because the victim is not motivated to avoid it. Indeed, the pain is actively solicited in service of a higher goal. Baumeister 1989. Aggressive behavior during early childhood is considered a part of the normal developmental process. Gradanis, Pratt, Gradanis, and Hoffman, 1992. Acts of aggression change during a person's lifespan. When young children lack verbal skills, aggression is predominantly physical. When verbal skills develop, they could be used as peaceful communication, but also for aggressive purposes. Ferris and Grisso, 1996. Outbursts of anger usually peak around 18 to 24 months of age and gradually decrease by 5 years of age. Tremblay et al., 1999, found that most children have experienced their onset of physical aggression by the end of their second year. Early aggressive behavior consists of crying, screaming, temper tantrums, biting, kicking, throwing, and breaking objects. Achenbach, 1994, Rain, Reynolds, Venables, Mednick, and Farrington, 1998. At this stage, intention is instrumental. Early childhood aggressive behavior may be in response to parental authority and unrealistic expectations on the part of the parent toward their child. Later, as social interactions increase, aggression may be directed towards peers. Gradanis et al., 1992. Later on, such behaviors as teasing, bullying, fighting, irritability, cruelty to animals, and fire-setting occur. During early adolescence, more serious violence develops, including gang fights and use of weapons. In human research, a widely used definition of aggression is behavior deliberately aimed at harming people and/or objects. In this definition, harm has implicitly been defined as hurting someone physically, e.g. by kicking. However, other forms of harm, like psychological harm, e.g. humiliating, and relational harm such as malicious gossiping, are just as important. In addition to physical aggression, 2 other forms of aggression are currently recognized, namely psychological aggression and relational aggression. Antisocial behavior is defined as behavior by which people are disadvantaged and basic norms and values are violated. Examples of such behaviors are lying, stealing, and truancy. Aggressive behavior then is a specific form of antisocial behavior. Aggressive behavior is an important component of several common mental health disorders in young people, including conduct disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and intermittent explosive disorder. Aggression and violence 71 Process of social influence 72 Effective treatment of aggression is important not only because this behavior is associated with negative developmental outcomes for perpetrators but also because it harms people. In addition to the client, there are different types of aggression. Theoretical perspectives on aggression suggest that typographically and functionally distinct subtypes of aggression exist. Dodge and Schwartz, 1997. It is important to consider the multidimensional nature of aggression because different stimuli combine with different types of physiological and mental processes to create distinct forms of aggression. Although different classification systems for aggression have been proposed, as seen below, these typologies tend to overlap somewhat, with each system having a slightly different emphasis. The forms of types of aggression that are reviewed consist of the clinical classification, the stimulus-based classification, the instrumental versus hostile classification, and the positive versus negative classification. 4.2.1 Clinical classification. The clinical literature research, heavily influenced by the work of Feshbach, 1970, has frequently referred to two forms of aggression, the first form being affective, reactive, defensive, impulsive, or hot-blooded aggression. This type of aggression is defined as a violent response to physical or verbal aggression initiated by others that is relatively uncontrolled and emotionally charged. In contrast, the second form of aggression is referred to as predatory, instrumental, proactive, or cold-blooded aggression. This type of aggression is characterized as controlled, purposeful aggression lacking in emotion that is used to achieve a desired goal, including the domination and control of others. 4.2.2 Instrumental versus hostile aggression. Feshbach, 1970, originally developed this typology, and it has been elaborated upon more recently by Atkins et al., 1993. This influential model separates aggression into instrumental and hostile functions. Instrumental aggression produces some positive reward or advantage, impact, on the aggressor unrelated to the victim's discomfort. The purpose of hostile aggression is to induce injury or pain, negative impact, upon the victim. In this case, there is little or no advantage to the aggressor. This model has been widely studied in community samples of children and adults with varying results. Atkins et al., 1993. One problem with this classification is that the constructs require careful delineation because many aggressive episodes will have components of both instrumental and hostile aggression. 4.2.3 Proactive and reactive aggression. A number of recent studies of aggression draw a distinction between reactive and proactive aggression. The first of these terms refers to aggressive behavior that is enacted in response to provocation, such as an attack or an insult, and it is manifested in both self-defensive and angry actions. The latter term refers to aggression that is initiated without apparent provocation, such as we see in bullying behavior. Such behavior is not evoked by anger, hostility, or the need to defend oneself, but by other motives that relate to obtaining goods, asserting power, assuring the approval of reference groups and other such goals. Reactive and proactive aggression are the equivalent of what earlier theorists called effective and instrumental aggression. 4.2.4 Positive versus negative aggression. Generally speaking, aggression is considered to have a negative function that not only elicits disapproval from others, but also is evaluated as destructive and damaging in its consequences. However, Blustein, 1996, argues that the term aggressive behavior is ambiguous, denoting both positive and negative behaviors. Ellis, 1976, considered positive aggression to be healthy, productive behavior if it promoted the basic values of survival, protection, happiness, social acceptance, preservation, and intimate relations. In the context of positive aggression, a certain amount of aggression is thought to be necessary and adaptive throughout childhood and adolescence because it helps build autonomy and identity. Gupta, 1983, Romy and Itzkowitz, 1990. Furthermore, a certain degree of aggression or dominance helps to facilitate engagement in cooperative and competitive activities with one's peers. Channeled in the proper direction, human aggression is the force that enables a person to be healthfully self-assertive, dominant, and independent and to achieve mastery of both the environment and the self. Therefore, it is believed that positive aggression takes many forms, including self-protection, standing up in the face of negation, pushing for new possibilities, and defending against harm. With respect to negative aggression, this behavior has been defined as acts that result in personal injury or destruction of property. Bandura, 1973. Alternatively, it also has been defined as attacking behavior that harms another of the same species. Atkins et al., 1993. Negative aggression also is defined as forceful action that is directed towards the goal of harming or injuring another living being. Moyer, 1968. Encroaching on the home or territory of a resident and causing others financial, physical, and emotional damage also is included in negative aggression. Moyer, 1968. Negative aggression is considered unhealthy because it induces heightened emotions that can in the long term be damaging to the individual. 4.3 The measurement of aggression. Aggression has been measured in a number of different ways. Perhaps the most popular technique has been to use rating scales that are completed by either the mother of the child or the school teacher. One well-used example of such a rating scale is the Child Behavior Checklist, Achenbach, 1994. A second frequently used measure of aggression consists of self-report measures where the individual fills out a questionnaire to assess different aggressive attitudes and behaviors. Perhaps the most popular is the Buss-Durkee Hostility Inventory, Buss and Durkee, 1957. Aggression also can be measured by observers. For example, the Overt Aggression Scale, Yudovsky, 1986, measures 4 different types of ward behavior in psychiatric patients by nurse raters. Furthermore, aggression can be measured using a subtype scale that can classify different types of aggression. Proactive and reactive aggression can be reliably and validly assessed by a brief self-report measure, the Reactive-Proactive Aggression Questionnaire, with a reading age of 8 years. Aggression and Violence 73 Process of Social Influence 74 In addition, aggression and aggressive-related measures can be assessed in the justice system by using 1. Official files of the police, court, and correctional agencies. 2. Self-report measures, for example self-reported delinquency. 3. Psychopathy Checklist Revised, PCLR, a rating scale designed to measure traits of psychopathic personality disorder, Hare, 1991. PCLR is the most popular clinical instrument for assessing psychopathic behavior. Finally, aggression may be assessed using clinical projective tests such as the Thematic Apperception Test, Murray, 1957, Wadrick and Thole, 1997. Self-assessment questions. 1. Discuss nature and types of aggression with suitable examples. 2. What are the clinical classification of aggression? 3. Differentiate between proactive and reactive aggression. 4. Define instrumental aggression and differentiate it from hostile aggression. 5. Explain proactive and reactive aggression. 6. What are the characteristic features of positive and negative aggression? 7. Describe the methods by which aggression can be measured. 4.4 Causes of aggressive behavior. 4.4.1 Neurophysiologic perspectives. Neurophysiologic perspectives argue that aggression is a biological response that is under the control of the brain. There are several important principles. It emphasizes the role of the brain, hormones, and neurotransmitters in aggressive behavior. It stresses that our behavior is largely governed by biological forces rather than environmental ones. It states that aggression is innate, not learned. 4.4.2 Biological causes. Research is beginning to indicate that biological processes, internal stimuli, may serve a role in predisposing to aggression. 5 specific processes are selected for brief description. 1. Brain dysfunction. 2. Testosterone. 3. Serotonin. 4. Birth complications. And 5. Nutrition deficiency. 4.4.2.1 Brain dysfunction. Aggressive criminals have been found to have poor brain functioning. One source of evidence comes from neuropsychological tests, which have indicated poor functioning of the frontal and temporal regions of the brain in violent offenders. In addition, EEG studies have shown that aggressive prisoners are more likely to show EEG abnormalities. Aggressive psychopaths are more likely to show excessive slow EEG wave. A third source of evidence comes from brain imaging studies. Aggressive prisoners have been shown to have reduced glucose metabolism in the prefrontal region of the brain, while individuals with antisocial personality disorder show an 11% reduction in the volume of prefrontal gray matter compared to normal and psychiatric control groups. The reason why brain dysfunction predisposes to aggression may be because the prefrontal region of the brain normally acts to control and regulate the emotional reactions generated by deeper, limbic brain structures like the amygdala. If the prefrontal region of the brain is functioning poorly, it will be less able to keep these aggressive impulses in check, resulting in an increased likelihood of impulsive, aggressive acts. Aggression and violence 75 Process of social influence 76 4.4.2.2 Testosterone sex hormones appear to play a role in shaping aggressive behavior. Aggressive, violent offenders have been found to have significantly higher levels of testosterone than controls. Female criminals also have been found to be much more likely to commit crimes around the menstrual phase of their cycle when progesterone is low, while aggression is reduced around the time of ovulation when estrogen and progesterone levels are high. Carlson, 1998. Weightlifters who take anabolic steroids become more aggressive and hostile, and normal men who are given testosterone become more irritable and hostile. 4.4.2.3 Serotonin. There has been a recent increase in research on neurotransmitters and their relationship to aggression in animals and humans. Although there is emerging data implicating the role of a variety of neurotransmitters in mediating impulsive aggressive behavior in humans, most data have suggested a particularly strong role for serotonin. Both animal and human research has shown that aggressors have lower levels of the neurotransmitter serotonin. Nevertheless, the links between brain chemistry and aggression in humans are complex, because the environment plays a key role in regulating neurochemistry. Social dominance influences serotonin levels in monkeys, and alcohol consumption also plays a significant role. Carlson, 1998. Birth complications have been repeatedly found to be associated with later increased aggressive behavior in childhood and criminal activity in adults. Interestingly, birth complications alone have rarely been found to have a direct link with aggression and violence. Instead, aggressive behavior is especially likely to develop when birth complications combine with psychosocial risk factors such as disadvantaged family environment, and poor parenting. Arsenault, Tremblay, Bollaris, and Saucier, 2002. Specific birth complications e.g., forceps delivery etc. are believed to result in central nervous system damage, which in turn impairs brain function, which then predisposes aggression. Liu, 2004a. 4.4.2.4 Nutrition deficiency. Research on nutrition deficiency and aggressive behavior is beginning to get attention. Factors include food additives, hypoglycemia, cholesterol, and deficiencies in protein, iron, and zinc. In humans, the male offspring of pregnant women starved during the German blockade of food to Holland at the end of World War II had 2.5 times the rates of antisocial personality disorder in adulthood compared to controls. In addition, several studies reported that iron deficiency is directly associated with aggressive behavior and conduct disorder. Similarly, zinc deficiency has been found to be linked with aggressive behavior in both animals and humans. It is believed that early malnutrition negatively impacts brain growth and development, and that brain impairments predispose individuals to antisocial and violent behavior by impacting cognitive functions. Liu, Rain, Venables, and Mednick, 2004. 4.4.3 Environment and genes. Twin and adoption studies suggest a large shared, family, environmental effect, a moderate non-shared, unique, environmental effect, and a modest genetic effect. Typical twin concordance rates for adolescent delinquency are 87% for monozygotic twins and 72% for dizygotic twins. Adoption studies suggest that genetically vulnerable children, that is, children whose birth parents were antisocial, may be especially susceptible to unfavorable family conditions. The genetic element seems to be stronger for adult criminality than childhood conduct disorder and delinquency. 4.4.4 Parental rearing style. 5 aspects of how parents bring up their children have been shown repeatedly to be strongly associated with long-term antisocial behavior problems, namely, a. poor supervision, b. erratic, harsh discipline, c. parental disharmony, d. rejection of the child, and e. low involvement in the child's activities. One study showed that among antisocial boys aged 10, differences in parenting styles predicted over 30% of the variance in aggression 2 years later. 4.4.5 Parent-child interaction pattern. Direct observation in the home shows that much aggressive behavior in children is influenced by the way parents behave towards them. In many families with antisocial children, the parents do little to encourage polite or considerate behavior by the child. Such behavior is often ignored and rendered ineffective. Yet frequently when the child yells or has a tantrum he or she gets attention, often the parent gives in, so the child wins and soon learns to adapt accordingly. The coexistent unresponsiveness to the child's communications and emotional needs contributes further to the child's disturbance. 4.4.6 Parental influence on children's emotions and attitudes. Difficulties can often be traced back to infancy. A high proportion of toddlers who go on to develop conduct problems show disorganized attachment patterns, experiencing fear, anger, and distress on reunion with their parent after a brief separation. This behavior is likely to be a response to frightening, unavailable, and inconsistent parenting. The security of infant attachment can be predicted with substantial certainty before the child is even born, from the emotionally distorted, confused style in which the mother talks about relationships with her own parents. By middle childhood, aggressive children are quick to construe neutral overtures by others as hostile and have difficulty judging other people's feelings. They are poor at generating constructive solutions to conflicts, believing instead that aggression will be effective. This quickness to take offense at the slightest opportunity is reflected on the street in sensitivity to disrespect, which can lead to swift retribution. This indicates the fragile self-esteem and confrontational view of the world that these young people have come to develop after experiencing years of frustration and failure. Some find that being violent makes them feel good about themselves and give them control. 4.4.7 Difficulties with friends and at school. In the school playground, these children lack the skills to participate and take turns without upsetting others and becoming aggressive. Peer rejection typically ensues quickly, and the children then associate with the other antisocial children, who share their set of values. Those with difficulty reading typically fail to get any qualifications by the time they leave school, and they become unemployed. This may contribute to persisting aggressive behavior. Aggression and violence. 77 Process of social influence. 78 4.4.8 Predisposing child characteristics. Hyperactivity, also known as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is predominantly genetically determined. Children who show this restless, impulsive pattern of behavior do not necessarily start off aggressive, but over time a proportion becomes so. They have difficulty waiting their turns in social encounters and games and so easily provoke retaliation and get into fights. Where hyperactivity and conduct disorder coexist from an early age, the long-term outlook is especially poor. Delinquents have repeatedly been shown to have an IQ that is 8 to 10 points lower than law-abiding peers, and this is before the onset of aggressive behavior. Other traits predisposing to conduct problems include irritability and explosiveness, lack of social awareness and social anxiety, and reward-seeking behavior. The interplay between a child's characteristics and the environment is complex. As children grow older, their environment is increasingly determined by their own behavior and choices. There may be turning points when certain decisions set the scene for years to come. Thus it is not simply a young person's level of antisocial behavior per se that determines later outcome, but also how the behavior shapes the social world inhabited later on. This has important implications for intervention. 4.4.9 Environmental stressors. 4.4.9.1 Temperature. When the temperature rises, people tend to feel more disposed to aggressive behavior. A researcher looked at incidents of violence across the USA and the corresponding weather reports. He found that when it was moderately hot, 84°F, there was the most violence, but after the weather showed higher temperature, the violence decreased. This was backed up by a lab study by Barron and Bell, who put participants in rooms of different temperatures, then increased the heat in each of the rooms. The participants were asked to give electric shocks. They found that as the temperature rose, the participants gave more electric shocks, but then once the temperatures got to extreme levels, the shocks decreased. However, another researcher called Anderson looked at cases of violent acts including rape, murder, and assault. He found that there was a steady increase as the temperature rose, but that there was no indication of decline in extreme heat. One problem with this theory is that it would probably not be true to say that people in hotter countries are more aggressive. 4.4.9.2 Crowding. A higher density of people leads to higher levels of aggression. This theory links to de-individuation. It is also unpleasant when your personal space is invaded. For example, there is the most aggression along the most heavily congested roads. There are more prison riots when the population density in the prison is higher. A study shows there was more aggression in a day nursery as the nursery got more crowded. However, this pattern is not found in families, as people expect others to be in close proximity. This suggests that it is not just a high density, but overcrowding that is the problem. There are also limitations to this, as some people do not find encroachment of their personal space to be a problem. Furthermore, there are also cultural differences, e.g. Arabs tend to stand very close together. Also, if you can confront people about it, aggression can be reduced. Both crowding and heat lead to physiological arousal, which leads to aggression. However, this may depend on your interpretation of the arousal. For example, crowds can be uplifting, fun and exciting. 4.4.9.3 Noise is an unwanted sound that causes a negative effect. It can cause aggression when it is too loud or unpredictable. Glass and Singer conducted an experiment where participants were asked to complete a maths task and were then asked to complete a proofreading task. During the maths task, some of participants were subjected to noise, but all of them had quietness and no noise during the proofreading task. It was found that the people who had the noise in the first task made more mistakes in the second task. They made the most mistakes when the noise was very loud, was random, and when they had no control over it. Self-assessment questions. 1. Discuss the various causes of aggressive behavior. 2. What are the neurophysiologic factors that contribute to aggressive behavior? 3. Put forward the biological causes of aggression. 4. Discuss the interaction between environment and genes in contributing to aggressive behavior. Aggression and violence. 79. Process of social influence. 85. In what ways parental rearing style and parental interaction cause aggression? 6. Discuss the parental influence on children's emotions and attitudes and the influence that the difficulties the child has with friends and then school. 7. Enumerate the various predisposing child characteristic factors in causing aggression. 8. What are the various environmental stressors that cause aggression? 4.5 Theories of aggression. 4.5.1 Psychodynamic theory. Freud argued that all human beings possess two important instincts, the life instinct, eros, and the death instinct, thanatos. The conflict between life and death instincts results in self-destructive tendencies which lead to aggressive behavior. The struggle between life and death instincts creates a buildup of tension in our unconscious mind. This tension needs to be released, either through suitable outlets such as sport, sublimation, or onto others, displacement. Failure to relieve these aggressive impulses may result in an outburst of uncontrollable aggression. Freud's theory is also known as the hydraulic model of aggression. 4.5.2 Frustration-aggression theory. It is essentially a behaviorist approach that suggests aggression is a learned response to frustration. Frustration occurs when an individual is exposed to external situations, stimulus, that cause discomfort or anger, e.g. prolonged queuing, overcrowding, failure to achieve a goal, etc. Frustration is cumulative. It builds up in an individual until it is discharged via an aggressive act, response. The frustration-aggression hypothesis is sometimes known as drive reduction theory. Dollard et al. Claim that frustration always causes aggression, and aggression is always caused by frustration. 4.5.3 Cognitive neo-association theory. Berkovitz, 1993, has proposed that aversive events such as frustrations, provocations, loud noises, uncomfortable temperatures, and odors produce negative affect. Negative affect produced by unpleasant experiences automatically stimulates various thoughts, memories, expressive motor reactions, and physiological responses associated with both fight and flight tendencies. In cognitive neo-association theory, aggressive thoughts, emotions, and behavioral tendencies are linked together in memory. Collins and Loftus, 1975. Concepts with similar meanings, e.g., hurt, harm, and concepts that frequently are activated simultaneously, e.g., shoot, gun, develop strong associations. When a concept is primed or activated, this activation spreads to related concepts and increases their activation as well. Cognitive neo-association theory not only subsumes the earlier frustration-aggression hypothesis, Dollard et al. 1939, but it also provides a causal mechanism for explaining why aversive events increase aggressive inclinations, i.e., via negative affect, Berkovits 1993. This model is particularly suited to explain hostile aggression, but the same priming and spreading activation processes are also relevant to other types of aggression. 4.5.4 Social Learning Theory. According to Social Learning Theories, Bandura, 2001, Mischel 1999, people acquire aggressive responses the same way they acquire other complex forms of social behavior, either by direct experience or by observing others. Social learning theory explains the acquisition of aggressive behaviors via observational learning processes, and provides a useful set of concepts for understanding and describing the beliefs and expectations that guide social behavior. Patterson's work on family interactions and the development of antisocial behavior patterns relies heavily on this approach. 4.5.5 Script Theory. Huseman, 1998, proposed that when children observe violence in the mass media, they learn aggressive scripts. Scripts define situations and guide behavior. The person first selects a script to represent the situation and then assumes a role in the script. Once a script has been learned, it may be retrieved at some later time and used as a guide for behavior. This approach can be seen as a more specific and detailed account of social learning processes. Scripts are sets of particularly well-rehearsed, highly associated concepts in memory, often involving causal links, goals, and action plans. When items are so strongly linked that they form a script, they become a unitary concept in semantic memory. Furthermore, even a few script rehearsals can change a person's expectations and intentions involving important social behaviors. 4.5.6 Excitation Transfer Theory. Excitation transfer theory, Zillman 1983, notes that physiological arousal dissipates aggression and violence. 81 Process of social influence. 82 Slowly. If two arousing events are separated by a short amount of time, arousal from the first event may be misattributed to the second event. If the second event is related to anger, then the additional arousal should make the person even angrier. 4.6.7 Social Interaction Theory. Social interaction theory, Tedeschi and Felsen 1994, interprets aggressive behavior as social influence behavior, that is, an actor uses coercive actions to produce some change in the target's behavior. Coercive actions can be used by an actor to obtain something of value, e.g., information, money, goods, sex, services, safety, to exact retributive justice for perceived wrongs, or to bring about desired social and self-identities, e.g., toughness, competence. This theory provides an excellent way to understand recent findings that aggression is often the result of threats to high self-esteem, especially to unwarranted high self-esteem, i.e., narcissism. 4.5.8 Social Information Processing Theories. Although there is not yet one common theory of SIP in aggressive individuals, Crick and Dodge, 1994, have convincingly integrated various constructs from studies on child and adolescent aggression. According to their model, individuals in social situations, perceive and encode the situational and social cues, form a mental representation and interpretation of the situation, select a goal or desired outcome for the interaction, recall or construct possible reactions to the situation, evaluate these reactions, and finally, initiate what they expect to be an adequate action. The model suggests that some individuals develop specific characteristics of SIP that enhance their risk of aggressive behavior. These processes are inferred from contents of the memory store, acquired rules, social schemata, and social knowledge. Studies show that when aggressive youngsters encode situational cues, they focus more on aggression-relevant stimuli, they remember more aggression-relevant details of a situation, and they overperceive aggression in their partners. When interpreting the cues, aggressive children are less able to recognize the specific intentions and motivations of others, and they exhibit a tendency to attribute hostile intentions to others. In the third phase, more egocentric and antisocial goals have been found in aggressive youngsters. They try more frequently to maximize their own utility even when this injures others, or they are more interested in dominating the interaction rather than maintaining a relationship. In the phase of response access or construction, aggressive children generate more aggressive and hostile alternatives. Zelley et al., 1999. This does not seem to be because of a generally smaller number of stored response schemata. However, their repertoire of reactions lacks variety and is dominated by aggressive, impulsive, and sometimes fanciful reactions. In the phase of response evaluation and decision, antisocial individuals have a more short-term estimation of consequences. They also seem to expect more self-efficacy and relatively positive consequences of aggressive behavior. Zelley et al., 1999. These evaluations may be derived from enduring beliefs learned in the family and in peer groups. In the sixth phase, individuals initiate the reaction that seems to be most appropriate and in line with their goals. Models of SIP assume that individuals go through these phases more or less automatically and with little if any reflection. Although the processes may depend partially on dispositions of neuropsychological functioning and temperament, the content of SIP is attributed mainly to learning in social contexts, e.g., Bandura, 1973. For example, experiences of aggression, conflict, abuse, and inappropriate parenting in the family seem to have a basic influence. Aggression-prone schemata and beliefs may also be learned via media consumption, at school, and particularly in peer groups. The respective cognitions influence interactions in peer groups, and the resulting behavior is again evaluated and reinforced cyclically by them. Crick and Dodge, 1994. Eventual changes in SIP may be because of new social experiences, differentiations of cognitive schemata, and acquired social skills during development. 4.5.9 General Aggression Model and General Aggression Model, Gam, Anderson, and Bushman, 2002, tried to integrate existing mini-theories of aggression into a unified whole. The model is based on the concept of knowledge structures and how they operate to produce behavior. Knowledge structures arise out of experience, influence perception, can become more or less automatic in some cases, and are linked to affective states, beliefs, and behavior. In essence, they are used to guide responses to the environment. Knowledge structures include perceptual schemata, person schemata, and behavioral scripts which define the kinds of behaviors that are appropriate in various situations. The model focuses on characteristics of person and the situation as they relate to a person's present internal state, affect, arousal and cognition, and ultimately appraisal and decision-making processes. Appraisal and decision-making processes lead to either impulsive or thoughtful actions, which in turn cycle back to the next social encounter. Self-assessment questions 1. Discuss the psychodynamic theory of aggression. Aggression and violence 83 Process of social influence 84 2. In what ways frustration aggression theory explains aggression? 3. What is cognitive neo-association theory? How does it explain aggression? 4. Delineate social learning theory from the point of view of learning aggressive behavior. 5. What is script theory? How does it explain aggression? 6. Discuss excitation transfer theory and social information processing theories in terms of explaining aggression. 7. Explain aggression from the point of view of social interaction theory. 8. Put forward the general aggression model and explain aggression in terms of the same. 4.6 Intervention to reduce aggression treatment needs to be targeted at major modifiable risk factors and its outcome measured objectively. It should preferably be at an early age as conduct disorder can be reliably detected early, has high continuity, is amenable to treatment at a young age, and is very hard to eradicate in older children. 4.6.1 Parent training programs for reducing antisocial behavior in children. Little published evidence exists that individual psychotherapy, whether psychodynamic or cognitive behavioral, pharmacotherapy, general eclectic family work, or formal family therapy are effective in treating conduct disorder. Behaviorally based programs to help parents, however, have consistently been shown to be effective. For example, the pioneering work of Patterson and colleagues showed that directly instructing parents while they interact with their children leads to significant and lasting reduction in behavioral problems. Many other studies have replicated this. 4.6.2 Developing a program. It is better to organize a training program for the parents and teenage children, and this can be done by 2 or 3 disciplines coming together. To get results, the professionals need to be trained in the specific methods, and for this one needs a manual and a training center with well-qualified trainers. Most consistently effective programs have at least 10 sessions. To increase the effects, a booster is desirable several months later. Also, intervention needs to be early, since teenage treatments have only small effects. 4.6.3 Training using videotapes. Although conventional one-to-one treatment is effective, a more cost-effective approach is needed to treat larger numbers. One could have videos showing short vignettes of parents and children in common situations. They show the powerful effect of parents' behavior on their child's activity, with examples of right and wrong ways to handle children. 10 to 14 parents attend a weekly 2-hour session for 12 weeks. 2 therapists lead the group and promote discussion, so that all members grasp the principles. Role play is used to practice the new techniques. Practical homework is set each week and carefully reviewed with a troubleshooting approach. Aggression and violence. 85 Process of social influence. 86 4.6.4 Other training programs. Among more intensive programs, the one developed by Puckering et al. Entails 1 day a week for 16 weeks. This program has been shown to be effective in improving parenting in quite damaged families and enabling children to come off at-risk child protection registers. 4.6.5 Failure of parent training. In many cases, aggression is caused by faulty parental behavior, often because of parental psychiatric difficulties such as depression, drug and alcohol problems, and personality difficulties. 4.6.6 Management of hyperactivity. Hyperactivity is distinct from conduct disorder, although they often coexist. Psychological treatment has to be rather different. Rewards have to be given more contingently and more frequently and have to be changed more often. Tasks have to be broken down into shorter components. Specific, clear rules have to be set for each different situation, as these children have difficulty generalizing. School is often particularly difficult as the demands for concentration are great, the distractions from other children higher than at home, and the level of adult supervision lower. However, use of the principles outlined above can lead to useful improvements. Management with drugs, usually methylphenidate or dexamphetamine, is reserved for children with severe symptoms in both home and school. Hyperkinetic syndrome. This syndrome occurs in just over 1% of boys. The short-term effects of drug treatment are large. Less is known about long-term benefits. 4.6.7 Interventions at schools. Early preventive educational programs can reduce later aggressive behavior. Self-assessment questions. 1. What kind of parent training program will be useful in reducing aggression? 2. What are the various methods of developing a program of intervention in aggression? 3. Discuss the various other training program for intervention in aggression and indicate if there is failure of parent training, how would it affect the interventions? 4. How will you manage hyperactivity? 5. In what ways one could organize intervention programs in schools for reducing aggression? 4.7 Let us sum up. Aggression is the delivery of an aversive stimulus from one person to another, with intent to harm and with an expectation of causing such harm, when the other person is motivated to escape or avoid the stimulus. Accidental harm is not aggressive because it is not intended. Harm that is an incidental byproduct of helpful actions is also not aggressive, because the harm doer believes that the target is not motivated to avoid the action, e.g., pain experienced during a dental procedure. There are different types of aggression. Theoretical perspectives on aggression suggest that typographically and functionally distinct subtypes of aggression exist. It is important to consider the multidimensional nature of aggression because different stimuli combine with different types of physiological and mental processes to create distinct forms of aggression. Treatment needs to be targeted at major modifiable risk factors and its outcome measured objectively. It should preferably be at an early age as aggression is amenable to treatment at a young age and is very hard to eradicate in adults. 4.8 Unit End Questions 1. Define the term aggression and discuss various types of aggression. 2. Describe the salient factors that contribute in the development of aggressive behavior pattern. Aggression and Violence 87 Process of Social Influence 88 3. Why do people behave aggressively as they do? Critically evaluate. 4. Compare and contrast different theoretical models of aggression. 5. Design an intervention program to control aggression. 4.9 Suggested readings and references. Bandura, A. 1973. Aggression, A Social Learning Analysis. Prentice Hall, Oxford, England, Baron R.A. and Richardson D.R., 1994. Human Aggression. 2nd ed. New York, Plenum. Baumeister R.F., 1989. Masochism and the Self. Hillsdale, New Jersey. Erlbaum. Berkowitz, L., 1993. Aggression, Its Causes, Consequences, and Control. New York, McGraw-Hill. References. Achenbach, T.M. Child Behavior Checklist and Related Instruments. In, Maruish, Me, Editor. The Use of Psychological Testing for Treatment Planning and Outcome Assessment. Lawrence Erlbaum Associates, Hillsdale, New Jersey, 1994. p. 517-549. American Psychiatric Association. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. 4th ed. Authors, Washington, D.C., 1994. Anderson, C.A., and Bushman, B.J., 2002. Human Aggression. Annual Review of Psychology, 53, 27-51. Arsenault L., Tremblay Re, Ballaras B., Saucier J.F. Obstetrical Complications and Violent Delinquency, Testing 2 Developmental Pathways. Child Development 2002, 73:496-508. PubMed, 119499005. Atkins M.S., Stoff D.M., Osborne M.L., Brown K. Distinguishing Instrumental and Hostile Aggression, Does It Make a Difference? Journal of Abnormal Child Psychology 1993, 21:355-365. PubMed, 840-8984. Bandura A., 2001. Social Cognitive Theory, An Agentic Perspective. Annu. Reverend Psychol 52:1-26. Blustein, J. Intervention with Excessively Aggressive Children, Conceptual and Ethical Issues. In, Ferris, C.F., Grisso, T., Editors. Understanding Aggressive Behavior in Children. New York Academy of Sciences, New York, 1996. p. 308-317. Bushman B.J. and Anderson C.A., 2001. Is it time to pull the plug on the hostile versus instrumental aggression dichotomy? Psychological Review, 108, 273-79. Buss, A.H., and Durkee, A., 1957. An Inventory for Assessing Different Kinds of Hostility. Journal of Consulting Psychology, 21, 343-349. Carlson, and Physiology of Behavior. 6th ed. Allen and Bacon, Needham Heights, Ma., 1998. Collins A.M., Loftus E.F., 1975. A Spreading Activation Theory of Semantic Processing. Psychol Revelation 82:407-28. Crick N.R., Dodge Ca. 1996. Social Information Processing Mechanisms in Reactive and Proactive Aggression. Child Dev 67:993-1002. Crick, N.R., and Dodge, K.A., 1994. A Review and Reformulation of Social Information Processing Mechanisms in Children's Social Adjustment. Psychological Bulletin, 115, 74 to 101. Dodge, Ka, Schwartz, D. Social Information Processing Mechanisms in Aggressive Behavior. In, Brayling, J. E. et.al., Editors. Handbook of Antisocial Behavior. John Wiley, New York, 1997. p. 171 to 180. Dollard J., Doob L., Miller N., Mower O., Sears R., 1939. Frustration and Aggression. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. Elliott, D.S., Adjutant, S., Huizinga, D., Knowles, B., Cantor, R. The Prevalence and Incidence of Delinquent Behavior, 1976 to 1980. Behavior Research Institute, Boulder, Colorado, 1983. National Youth Survey. Report number 26. LSA Healthy and Unhealthy Aggression. Humanitas 1976, 12:239-254. Ferris, C.F. and Grisso, T. 1996. Understanding Aggressive Behavior in Children. Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, New York, p. 426 to 794. Feshbach, S. Aggression. In, Musson, P., Editor. Carmichael's Manual of Child Psychology. Wiley, New York, 1970. p. 159 to 259. Geen R.G., 2001. Human Aggression. Taylor and Francis. 2nd ed. Gradanis D.E., Pratt H.D., Gradanis S.C. and Hoffman A.D., 1992. Corporal Punishment in Schools, a position paper of the Society for Adolescent Medicine. Journal of Adolescent Health 13, 240-246. Gupta P. Frustration in Socially Disadvantaged Adolescents. Child Psychiatry Quarterly 1983, 1634-38. Hare, R.D. The Hare Psychopathy Checklist Revised. Multi-Health Systems, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, 1991. Huseman L.R. 1998, The Role of Social Information Processing and Cognitive Schema in the Acquisition and Maintenance of Habitual Aggressive Behavior. Seguin and Donnerstein 1998, pages 73 to 109. Klein, M. Watch out for that last variable. In, Medinick, S.A., Moffat, T. Stack, S.A., Editors. The Causes of Crime, New Biological Approach. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1987. Liu J. H., Rain A., Venables P., Dallez C., Mednick S.A. Malnutrition at age 3 years predisposes to externalizing behavior problems at ages 8, 11, and 17 years. American Journal of Psychiatry. 2004. Liu J. H. Prenatal and Perinatal Complications as Predispositions to Externalizing Behavior. Journal of Prenatal and Perinatal Psychology and Health 2004 A, 18:301311. Aggression and Violence 89 Process of Social Influence. Meloy, J.R. The Psychopathic Mind, Origins, Dynamics, and Treatment. Jason Aronson, North Vale, New Jersey, 1988. Michel W., 1999. Personality Coherence and Dispositions in a Cognitive Affective Personality, CAPS, Approach. In D. Cervone and Y. Shota, eds, The Coherence of Personality, Social Cognitive Bases of Consistency, Variability, and Organization, pages 37 to 60. New York, Guilford Moyer K. Kinds of Aggression and Their Physiological Basis. Communication in Behavior Biology 1968, 2:65-87. Murray Ha. Uses of the Thematic Apperception Test. American Journal of Psychiatry 1951, 107:577-581. PubMed, 148193343. Neugebauer R., Hoch H.W., Susser e prenatal exposure to wartime famine and development of antisocial personality disorder in early adulthood. Journal of the American Medical Association 1999, 4:479-481 Rain A., Reynolds C., Venables Ph., Mednick S.A., Farrington D.P. Fearlessness, stimulation seeking, and large body size at age 3 years as early predispositions to childhood aggression at age 11 years. Archives of General Psychiatry 1998, 55:745-751. Romy S., Itzkowitz R. The relationship between locus of control and type of aggression in middle-class and culturally deprived children. Personality and Individual Differences 1990, 11:327-333. Scarpa A., Rain A. Psychophysiology of Anger and Violent Behavior. Psychiatric Clinics of North America 1997, 20:375-394. PubMed, 919-6920 Tedeschi J.T., Felsen R.B. 1994 Violence, Aggression, and Coercive Actions. Washington, D.C., A.M. Psychol Association Wadrick D.L., Thole L.M. Childhood Tourette's Syndrome and the Thematic Apperception Test, Is There a Recognizable Pattern? Perceptual and Motor Skills 1997, 85:635-641. PubMed, 934-7553 Yudovsky S.C. The Overt Aggression Scale for the Objective Rating of Verbal and Physical Aggression. American Journal of Psychiatry 1986, 143-35-39. PubMed, 394-2284 Zellier, Dodge Ka, Lockman J.E., Laird R.D., Conduct Problems Prevention Research Group. 1999, The Distinction Between Beliefs Legitimizing Aggression and Deviant Processing of Social Cues, Testing Measurement Validity and the Hypothesis that Biased Processing Mediates the Effects of Beliefs on Aggression. J. Peirce SOC Psychol 77:150-166. 90.